What's up everyone, my name is Evan2K and I'm joined in the lobby by the one and only Jureki, also known as Jurek King. I called you Jurek King last FNCS finals. Are you sticking with that nickname, or do you have a nickname that people already call you?
I really like Jurek King, but I mean, Turkey, the Peace King, I mean, that's my name.
We'll figure it out, After this next FNCS, one of them will stick, But look, so how did you actually get into Fortnite?
I got into Fortnite through my friends, and at school they asked me, let's go play Fortnite, right? This new game, crazy game that came out, and I was more like, maybe. And then 2 days later I tried it and I fell in love with it instantly. I actually bought the whole Season 2 Battle Pass, my proudest purchase now. I have the Black Knight.
You know, you start off, Season X is where things maybe start getting a bit serious for you, and then eventually you end up winning FNCS. But in that period of time, like, what was the key to helping you become that player?
So I think what actually held me back was my aim, which now obviously doesn't make sense, but at the start I had really good mechanics, so I was really flashy and fast, and my edits were really good. But then I always missed that shot, that crucial shot to get me that elimination. I obviously missed it always. And then I got in contact with my trainer, my coach, and he helped me with a lot of my scenarios, my routines, and that's how I improved.
Talk to me about eventually them playing with Queasy and Truelets, because those are two players who very established names in the scene at the time. How was that experience playing with those guys?
I was obviously happy. I told them, yeah, I'm gonna give it a try, but then I was really nervous, right? At the start, I couldn't really hit my shots, and I didn't want to do mistakes with them because I obviously didn't want to get the drop for another player. But after a while, I got comfortable with them, and obviously that was the biggest chance I ever got in my Fortnite career.
Was there a moment in that season, right, where you sort of realized, we're gonna win the FNCS?
Yeah, definitely. So in Heat, when we won the Heat, after that, I told my dad, we're getting top 3 definitely. And he said, maybe you're even gonna win it. I was like, maybe. And we did.
Of course, the last 2 seasons, you've not made it to the FNCS finals, and you've definitely been, good enough players to do that U and I drop. How has that been sort of for you, from a mental perspective?
After FNCS, my drive kind of went downhill, right? And I think that was my biggest problem, my biggest issue. But then a season or 2 after, I realized that I have this big opportunity in front of me with the FNCS behind my back. It's just a learning curve. Either you win or you learn, and that's where we stick by me and Ijo.
It's been an absolute pleasure being able to talk to you, my guy. Let the people know where they can find you online.
Follow me on Twitter, obviously, at JUR3KY, and yeah, that's basically my main social.
Guys, be sure to go check him out. He's an absolutely spectacular Fortnite player. Thank you again for joining me in the lobby. It's been Evan2K and Jureki. We'll see you guys all soon.
Peace out.
The legendary loadout was slot 1, the assault rifle, the golden one.
The best weapon in the game.
Has a very high damage.
36 damage to the body, and you just need 6 shots to eliminate.
I would love to have the golden hammered assault rifle, because I feel like it's the best AR for close range and also for mid range and far range.
For slot 2, I like the pump shotgun from the Stark season, the gold one, of course.
I think it's the best shotgun in the game.
Best shotgun that Fortnite ever had.
It does 220 damage into the head.
Striker pump, since I think it's the best pump that has ever been in the game and the most balanced especially. My third slot, I would love to have shockwave grenades, since you can just get on high ground easy with that.
Perfect item because you just easy can escape from somebody.
Because it can break builds and you can easily rotate everywhere.
In my opinion, it's best movement in the game. In slot 4, I would have 6 splashes.
Chuck splashes, because it's the fastest way to heal.
It's obviously the best healing item in the game. You can heal your team members and yourself.
But 4th slot is a small shield potion, because you can carry a lot of them and it's like only 2 seconds to pop it.
In slot 5, I would have 6 mini shields.
Mini shields, because I just think it's the second best healing after Chuck Splash it, and you especially need it in grand finals and in very stacked games.
And for the 5th slot, I would choose floppers, because you can do some very good plays with floppers in late game.
On the 5th slot, I like the Chuck because you can get from 1 HP to 200 HP in like 15 seconds. A lot of people say 15 seconds is a long time, but if you alone, no one's near to you, you can pop it easy.
What's up, Fortnite fam? With the start of the new season comes new updates to the game. But how can we expect some of these changes to impact competitive? Let's talk about it right now. The first change we have to talk about is the Rave Cave. You may have known this area as Covert Cavern or Command Cavern in the past. However, now it is the bright and bumpin' Rave Cave. This area has been stacked with stationary mobility items like the slipstreams, launch pads, and geysers surrounding it. Another huge advantage to the area is the elevation on top of the Rave Cave and nearby. It is very easy to get surge tags from this POI, as well as a good understanding of what is ahead of you as you rotate. On top of all this, it has an incredible loot spread throughout the cave. This drop has up to 65 chest spawns, making it the most of any POI on the map. Also, you can now access the vault with your teammates instead of having to get that pesky card. While the POI is incredible, it's not the only new one on the map.
The brightest new POI on the map is Reality Falls. Located on the western half of the island, this new location features beautiful trees, waterfalls, and assortment of new terrain. When teams are landing at Reality Falls, they have two main options: landing on the reality tree itself or on the waterfall side. Each has their strengths and weaknesses. Players landing at the reality tree have fast access to chests for quick looting and also the reality tree's mobility. There's no materials up there, however there's a ton at the base, and they can use the air vent from the tree to go and grab some on the east side of the POI. On the waterfall side, players near the falls have much more loot available to them, but with a catch. A large amount of this loot can be found underground, alongside an almost unbelievable amount of fast harvesting brick. This means that players landing here can easily be pushed and pinched by teams landing at the reality tree. So if you really want to land here, make sure your box fighting skills are up to par. Reality Falls won't just be used by the players landing there, however. With the viable drop spots nearby, you will see other players rotating through this POI to utilize the tree's air vent for rotations. You can travel roughly 450 meters with this, so this will definitely be utilized a lot for far zones. While we all know and love the standard mushrooms we've had for seasons, a new one has appeared known as the Bouncy Slurp Shroom. If you walk or even bounce on these, they will give you 15 shield or health. You'll have to wait another 20 seconds before they recharge to do it again, but in the meantime you can use them as fall damage protection and mobility around the entire biome, even jumping onto things around you like an old depot container. These allow players to keep a lot of the healing items they find in the early game, as they won't be needed when landing near these trusty mushrooms, so we expect that teams leaving this biome will have an inventory stacked full of heals. Now, an interesting strategy with these are to box them up in the mid game and use them to recover health whilst going for surge tags. You may be wondering, how is that possible? Well, since they recharge every 20 seconds, you can trade some damage with another team, and rather than using your shields to heal up, you can continually use these mushrooms, keeping you stacked for the endgame.
The new geysers offer great mobility. They're spread throughout the new biome in the southwest corner of the map. The geysers activate every 14 seconds, and this occurs with or without players standing on it. If you are on a geyser when it explodes, it shoots you up into the air, giving you the ability to glide. Pay attention when you're near a geyser. You cannot build directly on top of it. Additionally, the geyser will break players' builds. They can be great for rotations, but be careful parking yourself too close. Lastly, we have to talk about all the scavenger routes you can find within this biome. There are numerous chests, floor loot, and ammo boxes located outside of the named areas. Believe it or not, there's actually more to take advantage of on the outskirts of this area than what is within Reality Falls. On top of this, you have a great spread of material to farm as you rotate around the outskirts. While it is heavily wood and brick, you could find a decent amount of metal. On top of all the loot and material you can find, you'll also notice how covered you are with the surrounding trees and large mushroom structures. This provides a seamless early game as you rotate around and prepare for the mid and late game.
With FNCS right around the corner, understanding this new area is going to be very important to the season. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep! What's up, Fortnite fam? We gotta talk about all the new weapons and some adjustments to the previous loot pool. Let's go ahead and get started.
The Hammer AR is a new addition to the loot pool, providing a new go-to in the medium ammo department. The nice thing about this weapon is the small bloom radius, making it much easier to use than the Ranger AR. It also fires similarly to the standard AR we saw in previous chapters. The only thing to be aware of is the recoil. It takes some time to get used to in comparison to previous ARs, however, once you get it down, you're going to put in some serious damage on your opponent. We see the hammer used often in solos as a secondary weapon, instead of carrying an SMG. If you mix the hammer with a striker shotgun and a DMR, Storm Surge will not be a factor as tags will be easy to come by.
Drop it.
Next up is the DMR. This powerful scoped AR feels like a blend of a sniper rifle and a standard AR, and while this is an assault rifle, it shoots far slower than the other ones in the game, making it a bit more difficult to hit your opponent. However, when that shot lands, it causes significant damage, giving you an incredible edge in your fight. While this weapon is considerably more viable in zero build, it has a special place in competitive play. So far, we've seen a significant amount of players utilizing this for surge tags and to kickstart engagements. With that kind of power in your hands, it makes sense finding a slot for it in your inventory.
Drop it.
Now, while the Hammer AR and the DMR are new, we have some changes to the existing ARs from the previous season. Now, although the damage output of the Burst AR has been adjusted from last season, it's still great for surge tags at further distances due to the scope on it. While this is a huge advantage to have in these situations, it isn't very useful in box fights. So you're definitely going to want to avoid using this without an SMG and striker pump in your inventory to back it up. Another AR adjusted was the Ranger. This trusty AR now allows for a slightly tighter bloom with a bit more damage than we've seen in the past. Even after these adjustments, this should be a last resort when you have a selection of other options on the table.
Drop it.
The next addition we're going to talk about is the two-shot shotgun. As the name says, this interesting shotgun shoots 2 shots at a time. While this may sound like an advantage at first, the timing is a bit tough to master. While it's not as strong as a striker pump shotgun might be, it still has its moments to shine. The biggest advantage to this weapon is its quick pull-out time, which is considerably better than other shotguns. However, those shots come and go quick, so if you're not lined up and in their face, you may miss the shots.
Last thing we've added this season is the grapple glove. This is similar to other utility items in the past, but have some key differences. The biggest difference is the cooldown time as you land. In other iterations of this item, we have seen you be able to hit shots as you land from using them. This time, however, you need to make sure you space out enough time to fully land and take the shot. In competitive play, these can be used 10 times per glove and can be found in set locations across the map. With all these changes in mind, what loadouts do you think we're going to see this FNCS season? Make sure to tune in to find out. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep!
Yo, what's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series. Here we are once again, 2 days of qualifiers, 2 last chances to just skip semifinals and go right to finals. Which top 5 will make it? That's what we're here to find out. It's buzz time! Let's do this!
By the end of today, we'll see another 5 of the best duos in EU qualify for finals. What do you get if you mix high skill with super experience? You get the duo of Mr. Savage and Hen. However, they did not manage to punch their ticket for finals just yet. They netted triple-digit points, but still have a few spots before they find themselves in top 5. Will this be their week? Thomas HD and Tripper, fan favorites and experienced professionals, did not make the qualification in week 1. They showed impressive teamwork, but came short of top 5. Will they punch their way through today? Clement, 13-time FNCS finalist, and his partner Floki will be looking for those off-spawn fights. Their aggressive playstyle makes them an interesting duo to watch. Keep an eye on them as they hope to break top 5 this week. Qualifier 2 starts now.
The bus is warming up, and we'll be finding our seats in just a little bit. But first, why don't I introduce your friends? It's your favorite analyst. Come on out. It's Taco. It's Reese Hub. Best analysts ever? Question mark?
Best analysts here today for EU.
Okay.
Should never even be a doubt. It's part of the name for a reason.
For a Reese. I'm so sorry. Hey, Taco, I see you missed out on the
tie-dye
situation.
This is a really cute thing, you know, and I really did not want to interrupt the whole couple experience that you guys had going on here. It just felt wrong.
You couldn't if you tried. Look at this. Strong bond.
Strong bromance happening. What's going on, everybody? We're going to start off the show. Guys, expectations coming into Qualifier 2, rather. What do you think?
Expectations are good. Last week was really, really exciting to watch, and this week we've actually got technically a more stacked lobby in terms of how many finals appearances we've got on our players here. So it should be more difficult, even though some of like the biggest names that we've got have gone through into the finals already.
Always love hearing about things spicing up a bit because last week was a bit of a burner as is, and so just knowing that the competition is going to keep amping up, I'm excited for the best region.
A bunch of these duos right there ready. They're like, hey, this is qualifier number 2. One of 2 remaining chances. We got to go big or go home, right? Yeah. Now, we'll get to more of this in just a second. First, why don't we talk about the broadcast schedule? Come with me this way. We're going to go up over here to this gigantic screen. Let's take a look. So, last week, we came from qualifier number 1. Here we are today. Don't forget, 2 days from now on Sunday, we'll be back for qualifier number 3. Next week, though, 3 days of semifinals action. And of course, don't forget to mark your calendars for finals. A lot to talk about, but first, why don't we go on over to Taco and Reese to break some more things down?
Of course, we're in the qualifiers, so what are they qualifying for? All the way over on that far right-hand side, thank you very much, Taco, they have the finals. That's where all the money is, that's where the glory is, that's where all the championship pride is, of course. And to get there, of course, we've had one qualifier already. If you missed it, you missed out. Go watch it, there's VODs, you can go check it. Not right now, of course, you got these ones to go through. And what we're looking for is the top 5. Top 5 players will qualify straight through to the finals, and then do it all again on Sunday as well. And if you've done the maths, 15 teams in the finals. Everyone else goes through to the semifinals after that as well.
And you can't get into the top 5 without managing your points. Keep in mind, Victory Royale, that's going to be a crispy 32 points if you're able to lead each of these matches. But 2nd through 5th, also pretty strong standing here, going from 29 to 26, only 1 point disparities. But again, if you want to boost those points, it's really simple. Just raise your eliminations. 2 points for each of those eliminations that you're able to collect. So for these duos, they are definitely looking to try and make a bit of a difference, because if you find yourself 31st through 35th, a little bit tough, only coming in at 4 points, but more importantly, 36 and everybody else, you get absolutely nothing.
If you get absolutely nothing, you ain't qualifying through to the finals where all of the money is.
That's right. We will take a look at our prize pool breakdown. Do keep in mind, we have 7 regions all competing. This is the prize breakdown for just EU. $300,000 for that duo that can come in first place. And of course, the Axe of Champions 2.0. And we can't forget as well, if you're following along with your favorite duo and they can jump from like last place all the way up into 10th, completely different prize pool, right? So make sure you guys are cheering for your favorite duo until the very end. And one final reminder, this is for finals. We won't be seeing that today, but let's take a deeper dive into all the duos we'll be seeing today.
Of course. You can't have a tournament without the players, and here's the top 100. This is the first slide, she'll see the first 50. Some of the best names on the EU region. The one team that's going to pop out to me first, though, Nebs and Marine. Look at that highlight, very conveniently by production. Last week, we saw them obviously going off spawn, kind of repeatedly against Reason, No Really, and we didn't really get to see what they could do. This week, completely different, because they have no one contesting, they have drop spot to themselves. So for me, I want to see now, what can they do when they have a little bit of a better setup off of spawn?
Definitely looking to get those materials going early on so they can find that mid to late game transition, because if they make it into the mid and late game, I mean, if it's not enough for Nebs to have the 11 2K buff off the Primo loot bag, I don't know what more there really is to be said.
Absolutely. And you know, one of the things I'm really interested for is actually Marine. So Marine is now full-time. So previously he was going to school, he was doing that, mixing, juggling, trying to be a professional player at the same time. Now, he's got all of his focus onto playing. So we'll see how that actually pays off.
But they're not the only duo that's going to be really focused for this second qualifiers, Reese. You also have Pink and Anas. And keep in mind what they were able to accomplish in week number 1. I believe the duo with one of the fastest time to complete. So if they find a scrap early on, it's going to be really difficult for these other teams to beat them out.
And that's actually what they've been doing, right? Previously, historically, the last 2 seasons, these guys have been playing together. However, they were very flat, very one-dimensional, very square. They were essentially either not doing that well off spawn if they had to be fought. If they were fought in the mid game, they weren't really that capable. And in the end game, they pretty much just played the highest layer high ground. Now, what we're seeing this season, aggression, ability to fight off of spawn, ability to play low, mid, pretty much anything. These guys have such a more well-rounded overall game plan. So I think the fact that they didn't qualify last week was a bit of unfortunate, but undoubtedly these guys are going to make it through.
And you have to remember that they had a really high double E limbs finish in one of the week ones, so it's definitely tough for sure. But again, they're not the only duo that's here to compete. H and Mr. Savage, I think, were another duo that had a rather disappointing week 1 qualifier showing, but if they're able to find a little bit more of that synergy, Reese, I think a lot more can happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a star-studded team, right? Fully 2 of the best players on the EU region, and I would love to see these guys dominating on top. But the whole story of them last week was the fact that they're playing as individuals. And it's no surprise because they are 2 individually skilled of the 2 best players almost, right? In solos, some of them have some of the best performances around there. But again, I want to see them mesh. I want to see them do it together and perform even better. But of course, we can only pick out one more team. What are we looking at? I'm thinking top right, Vidil and Janice up there as well. How can we not mention these guys?
Especially with a lot of their experience that they're bringing in for this week, because I think that one thing that a lot of teams have been struggling with is just been getting off of that spawn initially to begin with, but this is a duo that I wouldn't expect to encounter those difficulties.
No, not at all. Right now, they have no one contest them in Greasy Grove, it seems like. We'll see when the first game actually happens, if that ends up being the case. And Greasy Grove is the drop spot across all regions last qualifier, was actually the drop spot that had the highest success rate in terms of individual game victory royales. Now, if we know anything about these guys, they win games as well. So I'm thinking this is pretty well set up for them already.
Yeah, definitely an ideal situation for them, especially if they can find it uncontested, because all of that loot is definitely going to make a huge difference when you're actually looking for those rotations into the actual circles.
Absolutely, indeed, of course. Zeke, I think you've got something nice and juicy for us over there on the other stage, right?
That's right, I sure do. Reese himself actually hung out with some members of the community, and they had one goal in mind: to set out and discover what is the ultimate POI.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? I'm Resub, and I'm here joined by 3 of EU's top pros. We've got Juriki, we've got Podesai, and we also have Savid. We're going to be trying to figure out what is the ultimate POI. So the first POI that we've got lined up for you guys is Command Cavern versus the Grotto.
I'm definitely going towards Command Cavern.
100% Command Cavern.
I will say Grotto, Mia. You have the Blimp with like 3 other henchman chests that are pretty much guaranteed purple weapons.
There is a vault, the mythic gun.
Wait, yeah, there's a vault in the old one too.
2-1, so Command Cavern, we're going to say, takes the slide on this one. It's close. Everyone loves the Grotto at the same time. Let's move on to the next round. Slurpy Swamp against Lazy Lake.
I'm going to go with Lazy Lake.
Yeah, I'll go with Lazy. I'll go with Lazy.
Yeah, I'll go Lazy too.
If you get at least one team there, you most likely end up coming out with no spare shield.
Mid map.
Unanimous decision. That's what I like to see. Lazy Lake takes it. Next round, we've got Tilted Towers versus the Agency.
I always remember Agency being very good.
I think the Agency just takes it.
Agency, I think.
The drum gun, 50 damage to the head, 25 to the body.
This had drum gun, right? And it had the vault.
So the Agency's going to take it in the 3rd round. Let's move on to the 4th round. Sweaty Sands versus Chonkers Speedway.
Chonkers.
Chonkers Speedway.
I think Chonkers too.
It's kind of a close one, right?
You get full cap match from Chonkers.
So many splash, I think is better.
Chonkers Speedway is going to come out on top in the 4th round. So that's going to take us over to the semi-finals. First one, probably the most difficult choice we'll have, I'm guessing, will be Command Cavern against the Agency.
I don't think it's difficult. I think it's Command Cavern.
I think, yeah, Command Cavern is...
I think it's Command Cavern easily.
I guess the only good part about Agency is the drum gun and the vault, but it's nothing compared to Command Cavern.
I don't think I disagree with you on that. So the next one, we've got Lazy Lake going up against Chonkers Speedway then.
Chonkers takes this one.
I think Chonkers.
I take Lazy.
Yeah, I just feel like it's easier to fight at them.
Just because the splashes.
Everyone's still sticking on Chonkers. Let's move on to our finals. Command Cavern going up against Chonkers Speedway.
Command Cavern.
Command Cavern, yeah.
Command Cavern just has it all.
With gold pump and and the vault.
Command Cavern's got a lot of freezers. It's got the blimp which you can fly from.
The ultimate POI is, of course, Command Cavern. Thank you, obviously, to Juriki, Podesai, and Savid for joining us here. You're back at home watching now. What's your ultimate POI? See you on the battle bus.
Once again, thank you so much to the players for hanging out with us, getting some of their insights, and of course, having fun with our boy Reese. But we got to talk about some duos we'll be watching, keeping focus on today in the competition. Let's start this easy, right? Seti and Cammy coming off a DreamHack first and second place, but they did not make it past round 3 last week.
Yeah, they did not have a good week last week at all. And of course, it's a new week, so another opportunity to qualify through for the FNCS finals. And for them, last week, a lot of their issue was actually in the drop spot. To be honest with you, looking through some of the games, there was a lot of issues that kind of compounded, which is very unlike this team. So I think they were playing uncharacteristically last week. But based on the fact that they just won round 3 right before this, I mean, it seems like they fixed all of those issues that they had.
It seems as though they were just getting a little bit too greedy last week. That managed to be a little bit more of their problem. But again, when you have all that information from last week to analyze, and you have to remember losing is learning, it's part of the experience. And these are two players that I think are just so insanely aggressive that I would have a hard time believing them to be able to fall short this go around.
Yeah, and especially since they were like landing on the grapple gloves to the south. I saw in one game in particular where Cammy ended up getting beamed out of the sky before he's pretty much even landed. It's like they've made some adaptations this week, which I hope we'll see today. And again, if they don't come top 5, like, they're definitely not playing their best. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, you know what they say. You can't make a comeback without a setback. So
Heard that once before.
There you go. Let's move on to Thomas HD and Triprin. Once again, uncontested in Rave Cave.
Absolutely. Last week, the uncontested part was a problem, though, because usually off spawn, these guys are good. They'll take a little engagement. They'll go and fight someone. Not 50-50, but they'll push someone else around the Rave Cave area. And when it comes to the Cash Cup, they won this week. This season so far. That's kind of exactly what they were doing. They were getting aggressive off spawn. That sorts out some of your surge stacks. You don't need to do that later. However, last week, they didn't have that. And then some of their end games, some of the choices they made there also weren't the best.
Got a little bit uncomfortable, I think, for this duo once it reached some of those late game aspects. But again, this is also a duo where if you need a solo clutch to come through, this is the team that I would expect it to make it happen, because Thomas HD, we saw some really strong clutches from him even in last week, despite the fact that they weren't able to qualify. And more or less, I would definitely expect them to keep trying to maintain that level of aggression throughout the mid and late.
Absolutely. And they had 5 games out of the 6 that was somewhere between 9th and 14th. So pretty much like they were getting to end games, spending a lot of time, but not necessarily getting all the way in and getting the most amount of points out of them.
That's right. One more duo here to take a look at. And I will say, once again, another uncontested story, but out of Coney.
Absolutely, yeah. So Coney Crossroad, this is some team switch up if you've been watching at any point. Obviously, Andalix was playing Xweez and Sneezy's playing with Podesai. They've actually just switched teammates, which is cool at this point. They are landing Coney Crossroads. So this is where Sneezy was landing last season. This is kind of completely different for Andalix. However, the reason they've switched to this drop slot is because there's a 50% spawn rate. Don't count me on the numbers. I'm not sure if it's 100. I think it's a 50%. We'll just say it for now. Taxi that spawns there. So there's only one car in the entire map. 50% chance it spawns here, 50% chance it spawns at the Joneses. So they'll have some early and mid-game mobility that other teams potentially will not have.
And you don't necessarily have to rely on the grapple gloves for it. That's probably one of the best parts about it. But this is also just a little bit of familiarity, I think, that they're trying to reintroduce into their spawn.
Absolutely.
Speaking of spawns, we got to talk about some head-to-head matchups. Let's go on over here. So we got to talk about Reality Falls. So last week in qualifier number 1, we had a sort of similar situation, but this week we have a different set of duos going head-to-head. We saw a lot of 50-50s going off at the very beginning of a game on the top of the tree, but that's not happening this week.
Absolutely not. So last week, like I said, Reality Falls, Reality Tree right in the center. There's 3 chests, right? You can fly straight down inside of those and get the guns first, right? So we saw people 50-50 in last week. This week, that doesn't appear to be what we're going to see. It seems like we've got Flo and Hell, who's landed actually on the waterfall up to the far left, who will have access to roughly 50 chests if they manage to get all the way around, so a lot. However, we've got Freemox team and Faki who's landing on top of the tree there. So we're going to have a little bit difference. Apparently, from through the grapevine, what I hear, Flo is saying, by the way, we're 6-0 off spawn. They're very, very confident coming into this.
And sometimes, though, that confidence, you don't want to let it lead into overconfidence by any means, because even though you're able to find weapons early on, if they do go completely uncontested with those tree chest spawns, you have to remember that there's definitely other duos still lurking in the area.
There is, and DKS and Deceptos is one of them who's off to the far west, who've switched their drop spot because they were one of the teams who weren't really that successful in this drop spot yesterday. So it's interesting to see them move away and try a different strategy here today.
Following the talk of strategy, the grapple gloves being a key piece for a lot of these duos. We have to kind of talk about Tuna versus Juriki over at Loot Lake, man. I'm telling you, for some of these duos, they're just like super zoned in on those grapple gloves.
They are, and I think that may be a problem for Tuna and Dandia this time, because what we saw last week, right, was pretty much the setup that we've got here, where we had one team up to the north, and then we had two teams essentially landing down on the south side instead, right? And what ended up happening was straight 50-50 of spawn. They have to fight, and then they go get the grapple gloves. From what I've seen so far, Dandir and Tuna are going all the way down, landing straight on the grapple gloves. And if you have any idea of the spawn here and the loot that's around there, there is nothing around that. And here it is, this spot right here, actually.
Exactly, basically banking everything on those grapple gloves actually falling into your line of RNG. But not only that, pushing themselves so far out, you have to remember, I mean, I just talked about it, other duos lurking in the area, but I wouldn't be surprised if Seti and Cammy might be able to say what's up to them.
That's absolutely it. So they're obviously down on the Cammy split, as it's called, just south of that. So they're almost definitely going to push up north. I'm not really sure what Tuna and Dandy are going to be able to do with Cammy and Seti below, or Juriki up above, them in the middle with pretty much only grapple gloves as loot. Yeah, they're just putting themselves in the worst position to possibly do so. Regardless, I think we've got Zeke with some nice little content for us as well.
That's right. Take a look at this. We got In the Lobby with Juriki. This is one player we'll be seeing today. So let's hear from him.
What's up, everyone? My name's Evan2K, and I'm joined in the lobby by the one and only Juriki, also known as King. I called you King last FNCS finals. Are you sticking with that nickname? Or do you have a nickname that people already call you?
I really like King, but I mean, Turkey, the Peace King. I mean, that's my name.
We'll figure it out. After this next FNCS, one of them will stick. But look, so how did you actually get into Fortnite?
I got into Fortnite through my friends, and at school they asked me, let's go play Fortnite, right? This new game, crazy game that came out, and I was more like, maybe. And then 2 days later I tried it and I fell in love with it instantly. I actually bought the whole Season 2 Battle Pass, my proudest purchase now. I have the Black Knight.
You know, you start off, Season X is where things maybe start getting a bit serious for you, and then eventually you end up winning FNCS. But in that period of time, what was the key to helping you become that player?
So I think what actually held me back was my aim, which now obviously doesn't make sense, but at the start I had really good mechanics, so I was really flashy and fast, and my edits were really good. But then I always missed that shot, that crucial shot to get me that elimination. I obviously missed it always. And then I got in contact with my trainer, my coach, and he helped me with a lot of my scenarios, my routines, and that's how I improved.
Talk to me about eventually them playing with Creasy and Truelets, because those are two players who very established names in the scene at the time. How was that experience playing with those guys?
I was obviously happy. I told them, yeah, I'm gonna give it a try, but then I was really nervous, right? At the start, I couldn't really hit my shots, and that I didn't want to do mistakes with them because I obviously didn't want to get dropped for another player. But after a while, I got comfortable with them, and obviously that was the biggest chance I ever got in my Fortnite career.
Was there a moment in that season, right, where you sort of realized, we're going to win the FNCS?
Yeah, definitely. So in Heat, when we won the Heat, after that, I told my dad, we're getting top 3 definitely. And he said, maybe you're even going to win it. And I was like, maybe. And we did.
Of course, the last 2 seasons, you've not made it to the FNCS finals, and you've definitely been, good enough players to do that U and I drop. How has that been sort of for you, from a mental perspective?
After FNCS, my drive kind of went downhill, right? And I think that was my biggest problem, my biggest issue. But then a season or 2 after, I realized that I have this big opportunity in front of me with the FNCS behind my back. It's just a learning curve. Either you win or you learn, and that's where we stick by me and Ijo.
It's been an absolute pleasure being able to talk to you, my guy. Let the people know where they can find you online.
Follow me on Twitter, obviously, at JUR3KY, and yeah, that's basically my main social.
Guys, be sure to go check him out. He's an absolutely spectacular Fortnite player. Thank you again for joining me in the lobby. It's been 11-2K and Juriki. We'll see you guys all soon.
Peace out.
Thank you so much to Juriki for hanging out and, of course, giving us all that insight. We're going to talk predictions, but first, allow me to introduce, it's our in-game team. Come on out, Mini Miner, Tokata, and 11-2K. Tokata and 11-2K will, of course, be your casters in-game. And Mini Miner, you're going to be in-game analyst, so you'll be breaking it down in the beginning of the game, saying, here is what's important. Gentlemen, I want to ask you guys first. Let's talk expectations coming into qualifier number 2. What do you think?
Qualifier number 2, round 4. Quite possibly one of the most intense qualifiers, as Reese mentioned earlier. This is one of the most experienced qualifiers that we've had, of course. Qualifier 1 was insane. We saw Mustache and Malibuka having a bit of a bad start, but then clutched it up right there at the end. The final 3 games were unbelievable. So if you can have anything close to that today, I'm sure we're in for a treat.
Look, I'm going to think, well, I believe there's going to be a change in loadouts. That 2-shot shotgun has been buffed, so I'm curious to see how the players are going to make a good use of that. But also, there's going to be some contestations around the map, some players that are going to have some risky drop spots. So we'll see how they're able to adapt and improve over time.
Look, regardless of what qualifier is, the intensity is there. Everybody has one goal in mind. Qualify for the FNCS final.
You loved it. Just simple. Just qualify, be on the finals. That's what we're looking to achieve. Let's talk predictions. So we're a little bit split here, everybody. So Mini Miner, we'll come to you first to kick off the Cammy and Seti train.
Yeah, Cammy and Seti is my prediction. I was looking down at the qualified players as I saw Juriki and I drop, and I was like, do I pick them? I was almost gravitating towards them. I was like, yes, please. But I think my brain was like, no, I think you shouldn't, because, you know, I want them to qualify. And whenever I pick them, they don't. So Cammy and Seti, for me, of course, in round 3, they just absolutely popped off. They qualified in 4 games. Of course, it's a 10-game format. They qualified in 4 games, 105 points in those 4 games. Only an hour, or 2 hours spent, and they were already through. So definitely a team to look out for today.
That's nice of him.
That was nice of him. I still think you should have gone my drop Juriki, because now you've gone the same prediction as I have. So you might be stinking up my predictions.
Switching the caster over to a new duo.
That's what I'm thinking.
I know what I'm talking about when it comes to predictions, as everyone knows.
Tokata, what do you think?
Look, Cammy Seti train, there's 3 of us voting for them. They were unable to make it in week 1, but now you know in qualifier 2, they're feeling more confident. They're feeling more ready than ever, especially with that hype from DreamHack. Top 1 and 2nd place, the duo now playing together. I think this is the week they're going to qualify.
Look, when you talk about confidence, why wouldn't you pick the player who is renowned for having the best aim in all of Fortnite, no matter where you are in the world? Thomas HD, not Resub, far from Resub, not even the best aim here, right here. Look, Thomas HD, Trippen, very much so an experienced duo. A team that did impress me in moments last qualifier. They're going to come back, they're going to refine themselves. I'm very much expecting them to.
I got a question for you, though. Last week, when it came to Tayson, you said you're putting the 11 guarantee on it. Ooh. And they went, are you putting the 11 guarantee back on Thomas and Triple?
Look, don't tell me what to do. Only Zeke.
I'm asking.
Only Zeke tells me what to do. I don't want to overuse the 11 guarantee.
Okay, yeah.
But
Finals?
they will call today.
Okay.
They will call.
Okay, well, gentlemen, it has been a pleasure to talk predictions, but it's that time. The battle bus is ready for us. We are kicking off qualifier number 2. This is game 1. Find your seats. Let's do this.
Game 1.
Thank you very much, Zeke. The desk, everybody involved in the show. It's going to be a great time here in qualifier 2. We have a lot of very hungry players. Alongside me is Takata. Bro, I already have the vibe that today is just going to be one of them days where the Fortnite is at an all-time high.
You just know it's going to be a good day. We have some returning players from qualifier 1 and some players that have not made a qualifier yet. So we'll be able to see how those returning duos have adapted from the previous weeks and what they've changed to come out on top in this week 2. We have teams getting contested off the drop spot. We have teams who have a whole POI uncontested. So I'm excited to see which duos make the most out of these early games.
Look, regardless of what team you are and where you are on the map, the hope is that the preparation all comes to the fray today. You know, these players have been playing across the season already, but now these are the important 6 games. You want to make everything count, and you can't allow yourself to get in over your head, right? We've seen brilliant comebacks in previous weeks, and maybe we'll see many of that today, but let's hop right into the game. Game 1 of qualifier 2. The players are ready to drop out of the battle bus.
Time is now. You can see the beautiful map, all the different biomes, all the different sides. As the players drop in, look to see who is going to be contesting them. They might have an idea of what is going to be happening in their surroundings, but it's all about how they make use of that, how they adapt to it. And starting off here, Pinkin and Nos. Seems like they do have the Jonesies uncontested. There is a duo flying close by to them, but looks like they have a pretty free drop here, and that chance even to get the one vehicle on the map, they're able to continue with this uncontested drop. This could be huge.
Yeah, it's good to see them uncontested here. The big concern with Pink Ananas was that they would be contested in this first game and potentially others as well. Today, the team in Prospect that would have been contested, them Hype and Knights, but uncontested is a very good thing for that team. And to be honest, right, of course, when we did the whole prediction segment, everybody sort of had their eyes on two teams. So Pink and Anas, our team, I 100% expect to qualify today. And they don't necessarily get the credit they deserve at times this season, but keep your eyes on them. Keep your eyes on Freemock as well. Of course, a player who just holds so much firepower, but will have to win off spawn at Reality Falls. In terms of winning off spawn, it looks like Frey's trying to do that now against Joe and Zero without Chapix, and Zero without Chapix has been dropped. Joe still up and standing, but not for much longer. Joe picks up the elimination. My bad, I've got things a bit mixed up there with all the names and everything, but nevertheless, you can see Zero without Chapix down, Joe as a solo, but if you know anything about Joe Takata, this man can do great things in the server, so we'll see what he can cook up.
If anybody can make it happen, it's Joe. But you don't want to take risks that aren't really necessary, Levin. So seeing that Joe does have the opportunity to disengage here, get a bit of slurp barrels, build up his shield, build up his advantage in this engagement, he might just be able to either get away with his reboot card and his duo partner, or show that confidence now that he has almost 200 effective HP and go for the engagement against Frey. As you can see, Frey is still low on shield, although as a player, Joe does not know that yet, so it could be a risky decision as we switch over to Hell and Flow here now, looking for some angles in the Reality Falls. This is one of the contestations we've been aware of, and this is very important to come out on top in game one. You want to show your dominance, show that you have what it takes to come out on top in these early game engagements. And Flow Nada right now, Hell Nada, they have that positional advantage, but they do not have those eliminations yet.
Yeah, you want to start how you intend to finish, right? You want to make sure you win that off-spawn battle, maybe throw in a couple emotes here and there just to get in their heads, rattle your opponents a little bit. And of course, we saw many battles at Reality Falls in Qualifier 1 and a very similar trend here in Qualifier 2. And so we'll track that story throughout the day. This is going to be something to track throughout the day. Nebs and Marine battling it out now at Greasy Grove against Vidil and Yanis, who will come out on top of two teams who very much have a lot of respect behind the names. But there isn't enough space here for both of them.
Yanis and Vidil, I believe, do actually have Greasy Grove uncontested, as Marine and Nebs, due to a split drop more on the southern west side of Greasy. So seeing that they're going against each other, maybe they want to secure that damage, that surge, or even maybe some dominance for the eliminations. I also saw that Marine and Nebs did not have the grapple gloves, and their split drop path has a grapple glove spawn in it. So I'm curious to why they haven't got that. But as Tripper in here, Thomas HD scout out the Rave Cave. We were talking about this earlier, Levin. They don't seem to have too many people contesting them. If they're able to maximize the loot they can get here in Rave Cave and rotate out quickly enough to get a nice position in zone, this could be a huge for the consistency throughout the tournament. If they play all of these 6 games out, getting a good amount of points each game, that could be enough.
Switching over to Kami and Seti in the mid-map. This is going to be very interesting to follow. Of course, Dande lands nearby, Dande and Tuna. And where they land nearby in this sort of mid-map area isn't a spot with plenty of loot. And so we can very much expect to see Seti and Kami look to try and capitalize on the fact that they might have more loot than these guys. They might have an opportunity to take some easy shots. You know, a team that could be free pickings per se. It's never quite that easy, but definitely an opportunity they'll be looking out for. And speaking of opportunities, off spawn, Voxy, Skyzoo, they're trying to win out a fight here towards the east side of the sanctuary.
Looking to see if they can open up an angle to get a connection onto their opponent. Anything that gives them the advantage, the engagement, that opportunity to play a bit more aggressive and get inside your opponent's box, get in their face, show them a bit of that close range action. But Voxy right now is continuing to find that angle, as he does have 27 builds, has spare shields to work with, and his opponents are already cracked. I'm not sure if he knows that they haven't re-healed up here. So if Voxy gets a tag onto his opponent here and realizes that they do not have shield. That might just be enough to play that little bit more aggression and go for those eliminations, as now Foxy's playing it a bit safe, looking for a cone, looking for a replace, looking for an angle as he continues to rotate around. His duo partner doing the same on the opposing opponent there, but now they're grouped up. Maybe they want to make a play here.
Both of these two just waiting for the other to make a mistake, right? Nobody wanting to quite give up too much. You want to just play things slow, wait for your opening. Of course, having an understanding of how much materials and whatnot your opposition are working with is always ideal. But when maybe you lack that sort of information, you don't want to make a mistake that allows them to capitalize. And so for Skyzoo and Voxy, just going to keep picking away, trying to take walls here and there. Just look for someone to slip up. And these opportunities do come. But at the same time, right, you can't sit here endlessly. At some point, something has to change, something has to move, and especially when there are teams in the surrounding area that could look to get involved. Pink and Anas over in the distance by the Monument Island. You cannot just afford to sit here and stand all day.
The danger, you could argue, is the positioning and zone. But what I look at when an engagement like this takes so long, seeing they are positioned inside the zone, is look at their materials. 3 builds for Sky here. His duo partner likely to have similar amount of materials. And refarming later in the match, when there's already so many duos close by, like you were saying, Levin, Pink and Nos, it's just going to be too difficult.
It's not about refarming later in the match. It's about having materials for now, the instant, right? They need to do something, and maybe they realize that themselves. Jumping in the box now. Skyzoo needs to hit crucial shots, and he is hitting them. Oof. They pick up the eliminations, and just in the nick of time as well. Didn't have much to work with come materials, but definitely did in regards to weaponry, and they put those shotguns to use. A nice pair of eliminations for this duo.
Recuperated a bit of those materials, but still a long ways to full. So they're going to continue refarming, relooting as we see what's happening at the Synapse station here. That's true. Sky did secure a nice little elimination on the 1 versus 2 against Frey there, so they did get cleaned up. Now looking at H75 alongside Mr. Savage in the Tilted Towers. I believe they do have it uncontested, but now looking further on into the match, there are a lot of duos rotating through here.
The big thing with H and Mr. Savage, one of their biggest weaknesses is that they often spend too much time at Tilted Towers. Of course, there's plenty of loot, it's a big POI, but there's been times where, you know, you'll watch their games and they've got good loot, they've got good shields, they've even got decent materials, and they don't seem to leave. And then you end up in situations like this, where there are now a bunch of teams that have rotated in. You're very, very much in the congested area of the zone. And there's so many teams around you, it's just making it awkward. You can see how they're both just sort of sitting here on a step. And to go from having a POI completely uncontested to now having many teams all around you, having to worry about which corner you turn, is never an ideal situation for that duo.
I mean, it could be they want to get damage, but there's so many more options to get that damage. You could rotate to a better position, put yourself on that elevation before your opponents, and then go for those tags, which is what we're seeing Andalex and Snazy do right now. So it really depends what the duo's thinking. Maybe they're trying to find people caught off guard as they rotate through Tilted, but having such a big POI uncontested, it takes a lot of time to loot it all, and sometimes you don't need to if you have enough loot. But Snazy here in Andalex right now, looking around, seeing what they can find. But I want to throw it over to Mini Miner, who is our in-game analyst and kind of gets us to the information we might not have seen. So Mini, take it away.
Thank you, Takata. Now I'm going to be focusing on Pink and Anas right now. They've actually switched up their rotation from last time. They're actually rotating south. By last time, of course, I mean the last qualifier round, qualifier 1, round 4. They were rotating south to try and get those grapple gloves, but now they've switched up the rotation. They're rotating north because they're uncontested. At the beginning of the show, we talked about how they might be contested, but they have a different issue to solve right now. Storm Surge. They used to go down to the south side of the POI and fight the team that was there for the grapple gloves, actually netting themselves the lowest or the least amount of time, the time to complete the fight at 0.48. So 48 seconds it took them to take down the players down there, which is not very long at all compared to the rest of the lobby. And now they're rotating north to try and get some more Storm Surge tags that we saw later on.
Thank you very much for the update, Mini. The big thing with them and rotating towards the north is that we obviously already were watching a fight in this area. There are a couple teams in this general sanctuary area, and so there will be opportunities to deal damage. You can see Pink actually already has an elimination to his name in this game. And this is a team that, they understand Storm Surge, right? They understand the right positionings to take. And so I have no doubt in my mind that they will be good in that regard. And of course, when you look at Anas's inventory, very much abundant in shields, materials as well. I do wonder why he's going into zone. Hopefully, maybe we'll figure that out a bit later. Right, I'm sure there is some good reason there. I'd like to think he wouldn't just run into zone for no reason to cart up. But nevertheless,
That'd be a reason, Levin. There's always a reason.
There's always a reason. Always a reason. And for Podesai and Xweez, there's going to have to be a big reason as to why they both decided to split up with their teammates. And for whatever that reason is, they'll be hoping that a better performance will justify that reasoning. Two top of the class French players, but needing to try and put some results on the board. And for teams that need to put results on the board to cut, and Nebs, Marine, look, these are two players that very, very talented players, and last couple of FNCS seasons, it hasn't quite been what you'd expect from players of their caliber.
I mean, yeah, Nebs and Marine really do have a reason to perform, as they're not contested by reason in this second qualifier. Now having their split uncontested, allowing them to have a bit more flexibility and opportunity going into that late game. But let's take a look over here closer to the Shifty Shafts, as we have a team looks want to get a better positional advantage, but they do have to be careful as there's so many duos close by. Looking at them, taking shots, trying to find angles, but Thomas HD, Tripper, you know them, Levin. You know how confident they are mechanically. You know Thomas HD's aim is not miss many shots at all, if any. So I wouldn't be surprised if they want to play a bit aggressive here for those tags, as they are only 88 above, but you have to be careful here as they are a bit split up.
I feel like every time we've watched Thomas HD in 2022 and he's been down on Surge or maybe barely above Storm Surge, we always seem to see him hit some form of crazy shot to put his team way above. This time, right, one of the rare occasions where we don't, but I'm sure next time we tune into that team, there's a good chance they will be well above, because that is just what Thomas HD does. You know, Trippin often jokes around, look, I just sit back and relax. Thomas gets all the Surge and we play endgames.
Maybe that's a new role we can think of, just the Surge getter. The player that just gets all the Surge and then, you know.
Well, that is the role of a fragger, right? Shout out to the content we saw at the start of the show. Being able to deal damage and put your team in good standings when it comes to Storm Surge. But sometimes when teams aren't in good standings when it comes to Storm Surge, you see them setting up things like this. Berickley trying to get aggressive onto Dandir and Tuna Sky. Looking for a play in on their box, but they're backing up. They're using armored walls. And I would have maybe liked to see more cohesion from Sadie and Rickley, right? Maybe looking for a quick pre-edit play. Instead, you saw Rickley attacking the wall and the box by himself. And, you know, as much as he's a great player, he doesn't have the power in that instant to do much. And now you're seeing the effects of that, the lack of cohesion between two players, unfortunately being taken out by the lobby. And Dandy and Sky, of course, profiting from that loot.
Profiting from that, don't want to call it a misplay, but you just see the danger you can get yourself into when you're so far below Storm Surge and you have to take an engagement quickly. But if your opponents are prepared for that, you saw the armored walls come out, really just blocked that initial engagement and caused them to lose so much HP and shield to the Storm Surge that it made it very difficult to come out of that situation, especially when you're in the center of the map and a lot of duos already looking around for tags. So if you take those engagements, you have to be very aware of your surroundings and which duos might be looking at you.
When it comes to duos looking at people, for Pink and Anase trying to get into zone, the big concern I had there sitting right on the zone line was that there would be teams sort of around them that could potentially hold them from getting into zone, but they did really well to get round the hill using the natural map cover and lines of sight to get out of a sticky situation. And now in a position to hold teams. You saw Pink turning around there, taking shots at the team by his side. And that just makes their journey into zone that much harder. And it adds damage to their overall Storm Surge journey. For the C3S and DKS, they still have a bit of a way to go to get into zone.
Good thing about the C3S and DKS's position here is they are on the slow side of zone. And what I mean by that is the zone doesn't have to travel much distance to close, meaning they can go much quicker than the zone and have more time to kind of make a decision on what rotate they want to do. But H here and Mr. Savage put into a very sticky situation as H was just 1 second away from falling, and Mr. Savage was able to pick him up. But now the issue is Storm is closing. They're not on the slowest side of the zone like DKS and the C3S, and now they have to begin their rotate. 50 materials left, 3 minis. This is not a situation I'd like to be in.
And we're seeing the effect of them spending way too much time there in Tilted Towers. H and Mr. Savage unfortunately now, at the will of the rest of the lobby, right? Having to burn through so many materials. Look how much brick Mr. Savage is using now, switching over to metal just to try to get his way in. And metal is all he has left. And now he's running out of shields even. The minis will have to come through. Barely getting into zone. But if the zone pulls away from them again, it's going to be a very similar situation. They need an impact elimination and fast. But if there's anybody that loves eliminations, loves getting refreshes, it will be H and Mr. Savage.
And in this competitive mode, for those of you who are not aware, you do get a siphon refresh when you get those eliminations. It could be 50 HP, it could be 50 shield, and you also get 150 materials, which is a good amount of builds to keep you going on top of what your opponents already had. So that's what we mean when we say Mr. Savage and H need to get a refresh. They need to get an impact frag, one of those eliminations, which is gonna bring back their materials, bring back the loot, and set them up for that late game. But look at this positioning, Levin. I dropped Jarecki. What an amazing position to just have vision of this whole zone here, this whole area, and not only get tags, but kind of prepare themselves for the next zone and what rotates would be the best ones to do depending on where their opponents are.
Yeah, it's a brilliant spot, isn't it? Right, just being able to look all around the lobby, ping people off from afar. I drop in Jarecki. It's a very nice spot, but we've seen them in nice spots before and it hasn't translated into victory royales. That needs to change today. They will want to qualify. They've had rocky roads in the past. They don't want that to be the case this season. PKR, a team that very much has had a bit of a rocky season. Tried landing towards the Joneses earlier, has switched up now though, moving further north. But regardless of the spot that they're playing from, the goal remains the same. Qualify for the FNCS final. But first things first, get to the safe zone.
That's what you want to do first, and it can be harder if you have to get damage on top of making that rotate happen. And depending how the early game went, they might just have that issue, but H and Mr. Savage here are still in danger. All the way from Tilted Towers. I mean, the zone hasn't closed too far from their original drop spot, but you can just see how difficult it is for them to get in. But H, he is not feeling that way as he takes down without. Huge knockdown now, giving them the opportunity to go straight in to their opponents here, pick up that elimination, recuperate some materials, but you have to be careful. The duo partner is still there. The shots from afar come in. The third parties as H gets knocked down. Now Mr. Savage as well. Both the duo has gone down. Now Joe left up as a solo as they did take out Zero without Chapix, and now Joe is forced into a situation which is going to be incredibly difficult to come out on top in.
What was a glimmer of hope for H and Mr. Savage ends in agony at the hands of Joe, but he might be facing the same future if he's not careful. The med miss will keep him in the zone for a bit longer, but as he gets into zone, surely there'll be teams looking at him. How has he managed to sneak his way in like this? The materials he's gotten now will come in clutch as he has to build to protect himself. And the elevation will at least keep people's eyes off him for just a moment. But wow, look how things turn so quickly in this game. DKS doesn't even have the sit toss, right? And he might not even have a foot in this game if these guys have anything to say about it. So many of these teams clustered together. And that just forces one thing, fights. And Yanis and Vidil, two of the best in that regard. Vidil especially is just ruthless. 651 above Takata, but they need to translate now into a big game, start off well, and the grapple gloves will get them to zone.
They have the loot, they have the materials, but what they don't have yet is that positioning. As half and half zone, the fifth zone of the match has pulled to the northwest side of the zone here, causing all of these duos that were not there already to rotate, and some of them far below that Storm Surge threshold, with 2 more players left to be eliminated for this Storm Surge to no longer be active. So if I was Gunji here, I might just try and tank it, play it out, wait for these 2 players to get eliminated. But with only 1 med mist left, 80 ticks, and his duo partner gone down, Gunji's forced into this dangerous situation, and he actually might just take advantage of it as he takes down 1, but it's not enough to get the second elimination, and now those opponents are forced to rotate in late as well, and one of them now playing as a solo. The duo's in zone, looking back, taking shots, trying to see if they can pick up a quick free elimination here, just by having that good positioning.
This is not ideal for anybody, right? This is what we mean when we say a player is scuffed. Not much to work with in HP or even materials at times. For Skydu, it's going to be a very difficult thing to stay in the game. The med miss allows him to get his HP back up, But if anybody even taps him on his shoulder, it seems it's likely that he will go down, trying to just maneuver his way around these builds, but just so squashed underneath all of these massive builds and structures. But for Skydune, the mission is just to stay alive, not anything else. Just stay in the game and collect placement points if you can.
Just one sneeze for Skydune, and that could be the rain to send him back to the lobby. As Thomas HD here, having a good amount of damage now, preparing to rotate. Zone does pull over Loot Lake. It's going to be an interesting zone, as full low will be dangerous here, but Thomas making great use of the new mechanics in the game, sprinting, mantling, to not waste almost any materials at all in this rotate, and even group up with his duo partner.
It's brilliant, a brilliant executed rotation. But for Juriki and iDrop, up on height, this is where we see them. We always see them up on high ground, and they like to take it early. But the question is whether or not they can hold on. They're certainly going to have to try and get some refreshes, some materials to add to their current total. And iDrop just needs to keep his cool. That's an issue where he struggled before, but this time round needs to make sure he's watching out, needs to make sure he's hitting some shots, and Juriki will have to contribute to that as well.
High ground is such a strong position, and especially with a zone like this, if they can hold on to it, it could be it. But Thomas HD has seemed to put himself into a sticky situation here as his duo partner Tripper has gone down. And now Thomas HD forced to play out as a solo, only has one mini shield left. Going to choose to take that swimming rotate, but it is dangerous. Just a couple shots and he could get eliminated. The issue is 0 builds, no materials to work with. Thomas HD has to find an impact, has to find a refresh here to keep going and stay strong, as iDrop and Jureki still have that high ground. Pink and Anas too. 4 eliminations for Pink, still has that grapple glove, but just one tick away from getting eliminated to Storm. Luckily enough, they do pick up that elimination. It's going to be a nice little siphon for his duo partner, but now with the 140 takes on the med mist, Pink is going to be forced to use that, recuperate the HP, and then rotate again as a duo.
Cammy and Seti, though, they're looking comfortable. It seems like we haven't seen them all game, but when we do, they're just looking so strong. And this is the positions we see them in the mid and low ground as a duo, side by side, ready to strike. For Janice and Badil, maybe new territory for them in this game, but they need to take their stake. They can't be forced out of this layer. They can't be forced out of this level, and they need to be careful as the zone is ready to move, and it's moving right back down south of Loot Lake. And so the journey back towards the ocean, back towards the water continues. Pulling back through some old builds might actually help them out and staying alive. And for Cammy and Seti, it'll mean that maybe the eliminations aren't quite available just at the yet, but they'll be fine with that. They'll stay composed, they'll be calm, and they'll look for their opportunities when necessary.
With 67 builds on Cammy, you can see that Cammy Seti have been making use of their rotations to not use as many materials as possible and keep them up for these last moving zones.
Nice.
As we see now, a nice little rotate done with that grapple glove, getting ahead of zone. But Vadil and Janice, they're forced on the low ground of the zone here, and it's dangerous to the water. You don't want to take a swim when you're in an engagement. As Vadil gets a nice edit, peeks up on his opponent, but it's not enough as he goes down. Janice, though, recuperating that elimination, now forced to play it out. One more shot on that grapple glove as we switch back to the solo here. 150 full med mist to play zone here. Will be able to get a nice angle on the back end, and zone seems like it does pull back a bit here, but Bubak, 2 eliminations. No hard heals left. Now forced into the zone, but gets the shot. Not the elimination, though. That player did get eliminated. Picks up the med mist, gets knocked down, though. Janice secures that elimination, and they keep going.
That's a huge one for Janice, and T-Chips needs to be careful. Can't afford to run into a duel. He's trying to find some sort of an easy picking on somebody in the back of the zone who isn't paying attention, but there is no one there, my friend. You will be forced to move in, and when you move in, there's going to be players ready and waiting. The Armored War, maybe not in the best of positions, but still keeps himself in the game. Janice now, he already hit a big shot, and now he needs to hit another, and that's what he will do. But it's not enough for the elimination. Janice now, doing everything he can. Janice! Picking up T-Chips, making quick work of him, and picks up the med miss as well. That could be key for staying in this game.
Drox now, 2 eliminations, not making the edit you want to make, though, as Cammy and Seti on the other side of that wall, securing the elimination. Now, iDrop Jureki on the high ground. Janice playing it out as a solo. Cammy Seti on the low ground, still as a duo. This could end up with a 2 versus 2 high ground versus low ground, but it's all about what Janus does here. He has one more shot in that grapple glove. Tanking the zone with the med mist has to make something happen here. They hear the med mist. They know he's close by. They take the shot, and Jarecki takes out Janus. Now it is the 2 versus 2, high ground versus low ground. Which one is going to take it home?
This is a brilliant first game already for Cammy and Seti. Low ground and mid ground excellence up against a high ground team that has so much to prove. But for Seti and Cammy already doing so much damage in this game, they have so many eliminations, but will they be able to get the final 2? Or will Jureki and iDrop hold on from height? It is seeming like it's going in the way of the Jurek King and the big drop. They've had so many questions surrounding themselves. They didn't even make it to round 4 in Qual 1, but here in Qual 2, starting off the day right.
iDrop and Jurek King securing that first victory royale of the day, and they held high ground from the start. You could tell from that zone, it was a difficult one to rotate through, and they took advantage of that, holding high ground for almost every, if not every single moving zone, and that was enough to clean up that victory royale in the last 2 versus 2.
Look, when I spoke to Jureki, he said you either win or you learn, and right now they're winning, and we'll see if they can keep winning. But what a start. High ground excellent. They held on to it to Carter from first zone, and that is never an easy thing to do, but can they continue to do it? That will be the big question we ask at the end of the day. But in the meantime, we're going to kick it back to Zeke to break it all down.
How is this possible? How is this possible that the one time Mini Miner does not predict iDrop and Jureki, they immediately start Qualifier 2 with a victory royale?
Because Mini's the problem, clearly. that must be it. But I'm really impressed with them so far, because if you remember back, last season, semi-finals, I said, and pretty much everyone knew these guys as game winners. They are height team. They win games. They pick victory royales up. And remember, semi-finals last season, like I said, 0 victory royales out of 18 games. The biggest, I would say, upset of that entire qualification threshold in my eyes. This, to me, the fact that they've won game 1 shows that they are on top form. They're back to their regular play style.
It was really just the way that they fed off of each other to move from the mid ground back into the high ground rotations, and it just posed too many issues, I think, for Cammy and Seti to actually look for the challenge. It seemed as though Jureki just had the upper level on them.
Absolutely, and of course, when you saw Cammy and Seti there trying to use the grapple glove to swing up to height at the end, and Cammy ended up, yeah, he kind of ended up just swinging back and forth. And that's the thing with a lot of these older kind of mobility items before the grapple glove. You could do some of that. You could fire yourself up to high ground, but the grapple glove, like, you just literally can't. And Cammy and Seti, good attempt from them to win, but even a better attempt through the rest of the game, let's be real.
Still can't complain about the amount of elims that they were able to pick up there by the end of it all. It's a nice little additional boon of points, I think. So nothing to really complain about with the second place finish as well. But Cammy, I think, especially was really providing a lot of strong support for Seti's. And I mean, he was picking up the elims for a reason.
Absolutely, and I love it. I think a similar story with Cammy and Seti as with iDrop and Jureki is like they're on form. They're on point. This is the gameplay we're used to seeing. Low ground to mid ground, consistent gameplay, seconds. I'm guessing the next couple of games is just going to be like top 10s, top 5s repeatedly, and they're just going to keep staying up in the leaderboards.
Which is actually interesting because last week in Qualifier 1, we saw more like top heavy, right? We saw a couple double-digit eliminations from the very beginning. Right now, it's pretty evenly spread, right? It's kind of in that lower 10 where you're starting to look a little far away. But to start things off, man, iDrop Jureki coming out with a victory royale and 6 eliminations. It's actually interesting as well. The first 4 duos actually all have 6 elims, and then we get a 7th. So a lot is happening here in the top 10.
Yeah, it's a bit of an even distribution. Like I said, remember, if you go back to qualifier number 1, we saw Vortex and Hycris come out with 11 eliminations, the victory royale, but they teetered off. They weren't able to keep that up throughout the games. When I look at the names up here, I'm thinking the top 3 at least, those are teams who should be able to keep that kind of pace up that they've done so far into the next 5 matches.
It's important to remember that it's not entirely about the start when it comes to these sorts of longevity matches. You want to make sure that you finish just as strong as you're able to come out, essentially. And I think for a lot of these teams, we saw a little bit of an explosive start. I think that once we got to the moving circles is really where we started to see some of those duos struggling a little bit more, aside from the top 5.
That's right. Well, that's it for at least right now, because Reese, you want to break down some rotations coming out of a top tier
That I
duo.
absolutely do, and that's going to be the Joneses. We've got Pink and Anas. We've talked about them a few times already, and there's something really interesting we can look at with the drop spots. You can see the first zone, of course, kind of an eastern-west, and yours eastern-west? That sounds central. No, over to the east and north, and this is the drop spot down there in the Joneses. They already managed to pick up an elimination here. Now, notice the position they go to. This is the rotate. You see over to the left, and if you look, there's a bunch of players on this far right-hand side, hence why they go over to the left. So if we watch the way that they actually end up rotating here at this point, what they'll end up doing is they go right, they'll sneak, and they notice that there's a team there. So they say, no, we're going to go back, and we're going to go all the way around and back up. Now, the position that they end up putting themselves in is on top of Mighty Monument. We saw this actually in game. Now, the reason they want to go here, of course, is because just the crazy amount of visibility they get from all the way up at the top. Similarly, if that zone pulls further to the east, they pull that next zone. They're already in such a good position. They're in the best position on the entire map. So this looks so good. You can see there, that was the Storm Surge tags on the fight of the third party that ended up going down in the spawn. So this looked like such a good early and mid game for them. However, after that, kind of unfortunately, they did have a little bit of a rough mid game. That next zone did pull far. So they didn't get the good luck of pulling that zone. But if they had, they'd set themselves up in such a good position.
Those little tech things, right? Being able to show off. We are a top tier duo. We know exactly what we need to do. And we have all these little things hiding in our back pockets, ready to go. Once again, it is that time. This is game 2 in EU, qualifier 2. Casters, over to you.
Game 2.
Thank you so much, Zeke and analysts. And I mean, Levin, that breakdown from Resub really just got me feeling good. I love that little bit of insight. And I'm curious to see if we'll see Pink and Anas do the same strategy throughout this tournament, or maybe changing up, depending on where that zone closes. But we've seen so much, and it's just been one match. 6 games today, 5 more to go, and we're just getting started.
Yeah, look, we've already seen a lot of fun Fortnite, but I can promise you there is plenty more on the way. When it comes to teams like Pink and Anas, I expect them to continue to have these great moments in the mid and early. They have that established, they have that understanding. It's about making sure that when you're in the end game, you can get some eliminations, you can keep pushing to the victory royale, and that's what we're gonna do as we jump into the next game.
Game number 2. The players feeling ready now, feeling a bit more in the zone, as that first game, coming from that perspective as a player, can always be a bit nerve-wracking. But once you're in the game, once your mind is focused and you're ready to go, it's kind of time to really show what you're made of. With still 5 more opportunities for these players, the top 5 being the ones that are going to qualify directly to the finals. We start off with a quick engagement here from Refsguard, who does get the weapon alongside his duo partner Clown, and they get some of the quickest eliminations I've seen.
You ain't gonna see eliminations quicker than that one. Clown and Refsguard will be grinning ear to ear. That's how you want every single off-spawn battle to go in Fortnite. Nice and easy, picking up the weapons just that bit quicker. And look, they are literally getting eliminations before people have even landed. For the Synapse Station teams, the battle now will commence. We saw this last game and we're seeing it here again. Frey picks up one, can't pick up the other, but Cold Fan will come in to save his teammate. This is so key to Carter, because if you were watching the FNCS last season, Zero Without Chapix, right, and Joe FN were off-spawn just dominance. Right, they were winning at Sign Up Station off-spawn every single time, but this time round, Cold Fan and Frey giving them a real tough time.
And that showed in the first game, as Joe and his duo partner did take that early engagement, knocking down Frey and Zero Without, well, his duo partner. But now the issue is, they're adapting, Levin. Like you said, they've put more preparation in, more time to prepare for these early game engagements, which are some of the most important parts of the match. If you get eliminated at the start, that takes out all the possibilities for you to get placement later in the match. So you really have to have that early game perfected.
Floking Clement here at Chonka Speedway. Very much familiar grounds for this team, landing here all chapter long. And them fighting off spawn is very familiar to the FNCS, but typically we see them winning. To start off this game though, Floki has an uphill battle to climb. Fork and Pixie really giving them issues. And it looks like Floki is just a moments away from falling. Will bite back though. Another team in the distance coming in for the third party, and that might be Floki's saving grace, but even at that, he is no match for Pixie right now. The auto shotgun coming in clutch. But Bevies in the background was the one looking to third party in for Helnada and Flow Nada though. Osborne here at Reality Falls. Things are looking a bit dicey, but they ultimately will win things out.
We saw on socials before this game, they were talking about this early game engagement, the 50-50 that could come from it. And we're seeing the action being upheld to the truth here as Reality Falls is a dangerous POI to take those engagements in. But looking at Cami Seti, you know they're feeling happy, feeling confident from that second place spot. They did not get the Victory Royale, but you know they're more than happy enough with that second place spot, especially when going for that consistency.
Yeah, no, we didn't quite see all of them, but they had a bunch of eliminations. And at the end of the day, what you have to understand in a high-level EU lobby is that if you are on mid-ground and you ain't up to scratch, Cami and Seti will be there. And if it's not Cami and Seti, it might be Malibu and Mustache, right? But they've already qualified through a replay on some of those eliminations over from the Chonka Speedway for you. A big start for Fork and Pixie. Qualifier 1, this is a team that partook in that as well, right? And so they've already had a bit of a taste of what this competition's like this season. The big thing is, can they improve on things from Qualifier 1, right? It's all good and well being able to say, yeah, I played in Qual 1, Qual 2. Did you qualify, though, right? Did you get top 5 in those competitions? That is their goal right now, and hopefully they can stay together a lot better, right? We saw at times them being splintered in endgames, just one of them playing as a solo. A lot of the time that was Fork as well. And so definitely some room for improvement for that duo. And even for the duo who won game 1, Juriki and I dropped Takata, still will be room for improvement in their overall game structure.
You can always improve. It's all about adapting. That's one of the main parts of Fortnite competitive, adapting to your opponents, adapting to the map, adapting to the different loadouts. And that's what these veterans are incredibly good at doing. As we look at Thomas HD and Tripper in here. In an engagement by the Rave Cave, they do have a lot of this POI for themselves, but sometimes whether you just want damage or you want to claim a certain spot or your drop spot, you have to take these eliminations, and this is an incredibly dangerous one as Tripper does go down. Now Thomas HD left in a position that I would not want to be in, but it's Thomas HD who does not miss a single shot, taking down both of his opponents. 2 quick eliminations to finish that off in the Rave Cave, and although Tripper did go down, Thomas HD clutched it up and now has time to get the reboot.
Thomas tapping into what he does best, winning fights 1v2. Nicely done. But for Michael and Astro, another week where we will watch them at the Bugle. Of course, another example of a team that played in Qualifier 1 and a team that has just been very much the kings of the Bugle, actually, right? They've been very successful here, and I'm not saying that because I'm a biased UK pundit. But I am saying that because they have genuinely been very impressive at this POI. But let's hope that trend can continue.
And to give it to them, the Bugle is a very difficult POI.
Oh, they're right back at it.
To perform at. But another POI level.
Right now.
It's the Rave Cave. It's Thomas HD. It's Tripper. They just got out of a close engagement, but they want more. They're hungry. They want to show their dominance at this drop spot, and they have the loot to do it. They have the confidence. They have the mechanics. They have everything they need. But the question is, are they going to be able to do it? Sean here, alongside his duo partner Zero, are these opponents at the Rave Cave contesting Thomas HD and Tripper, and they might not want to take the engagement, but you can see that Tripper and Thomas, they're feeling extra confident after those 2 eliminations. Tripper said, I just got rebooted. I don't want to stay with 0 eliminations. I want some more. As Thomas HD now has the advantage, knocking down,
oh my God,
giving it a little laugh, you know, showing this is my drop spot. I own the Rave Cave.
This is a thing that you can only do when you're at their level. You have to be very, very good at this game to be able to do this. Very nicely done over at Rave Cave. They own Rave Cave, right? They are the owners, and Xenolift might be the next person on the list of players to find out why. Wow, I'm lost for words at this point. Dominance of Spawn. Look how many eliminations they got already at the Rave Cave. We saw them last game to Carter, a bit down on Surge, not necessarily having that much damage dealt. I can promise you they will be way up there when it comes to damage this game.
They will have more than enough, but speaking about the Rave Cave, I also want to speak a bit about natural mobility, but I actually believe that Mini Miner has some information regarding that, so let's throw it over to you, Mini.
I do indeed. Now, we've seen Jureki and iDrop have an absolutely stellar game number 1, and we're looking at off-spawn right now. They're able to use these static launch pads to really speed up their looting and off-spawn situation. They're actually using sort of stairs to keep themselves from going up too high and, you know, being free targets for Storm Surge. But this duo are doing so well at looting up as quickly as possible, which allows them to have a little bit more time in the later game to have more Storm Surge time.
This is actually really interesting to see how they perform over towards Loot Lake, right? Because that's not the POI they actually usually land at, right? A lot of people might not realize that. This is a team that typically would land at Logjam Lotus, but opting towards landing at the Loot Lake. We got more eliminations for Thomas and Trippin. These guys don't stop. Please say it ain't so. Don't. They did. They got more. They got more. Jackson, no match for Trippin there. I literally can't be asked with these guys. 6 eliminations already.
Look, as a player, one of the most important parts as Fortnite competitive is confidence and not being scared. If you're scared, it's not going to go well for you if you're getting pushed by Tripper and Thomas HT. But also with the amount of confidence they have, they are just running through their opponents already with 6 eliminations and not going to be slowing down anytime soon.
Look, of course, you never want to be scared in any sort of engagement, but at the end of the day, scared or not, when you got 2 players who are just simply better than you at fighting, right, you're always going to be at a disadvantage. Thomas HD, an absolute lethal weapon in that regard, and Trippin, who maybe doesn't even get the credit he deserves in that instance, is also incredibly strong, and they're showing off why. Both of them just on a roll so far. For Mr. Savage and H, though, we need to see them get into a rhythm. Was lacking that in game 1. And so we'll see what they can do this time around for T-Chips and Art Skill. But I'm very excited about Takata. Of course, we saw T-Chips as a solo in a lot of last game, but Art Skill is someone I'm very excited about. One of the better young talents out of France in the Fortnite scene right now. And somebody who I definitely think, with the right development, can be one of the best we've seen in the region.
I mean, he's on route to be doing just that in the 4th place spot, but it's all about how you do it throughout the 6 matches. You can have one pop-off game, but it's about maintaining that consistency. Nice. And Janice reminded me of Thomas HD a little there with all the shots. He just connected with that burst assault rifle, but Fadil and Janice now, they've got their damage, but they don't have an elimination. And you don't have to worry about that if you have gotten enough tags. I mean, you can see the bases they have built up, ready to look around and see what's happening in their surroundings.
Their position's great, obviously. Zones pulled towards them, and so they've been able to sit perched up on this hill, nice and highly elevated. They've gotten a bunch of, you know, damage and tags. And depending on where the zone pulls, they should have a great position to get to the next zone if they aren't already in it. And so very much looking like a nice game for Janice and Vidal, and they already had a very decent start in game 1, right? Sitting in 3rd place after it. And so this could be the opportunity for them to put themselves in first, of course, very early doors.
Looking back over at Tilted Towers, we talked last game about how H and Mr. Savage were having troubles rotating out early. And I saw that they'd rotate out halfway through 2nd zone in this match, which might not be as early as I'd like to see, but if they're able to get tags in their POI, able to get loot, able to have full materials on the way out, I mean, they can make it happen. But now, taking a look at Jitwo and Aware here, they do have enough damage. They do have enough materials and even enough loot. But what they're lacking on right now is positioning. And they're looking to see how they can get into zone without losing material shields or anything they can, really.
Yeah, the big thing for Diox and Bubak, who are here on our screens, is that they had to use some builds to get into zone. You can see it, a long tunnel being made. And the reason for that being there were just so many teams sort of set up around them, looking at them. If they tried to run without building, they would have been fried out of the lobby. And so the key now for them will either be to find a refresh, and that's what Bubak will want to do. If you know anything about Bubak, very aggressive player. They'll want to find a refresh, but of course also looking to put themselves in spots where they can refarm. Maybe set up next to a couple, you know, god bricks down the stream if possible. But definitely needing to get those materials back up. You can't afford to get to the end game without much to work with. It just makes things so difficult. It's like playing with a hand tied behind your back at times. For Seti and Cammy, Takata definitely needing to start hitting some shots and putting themselves up above 47 above. This is not where they want to be.
And even worse, 6 below. Cammy and Seti do have an uncontested split drop, which could be part of the issue here where they don't have enough damage, or maybe they just didn't set themselves up to have enough opportunities to take shots and get that damage needed. But now they're going to be continuing doing that, and without a change in position, they really are banking on this location.
The good thing about where they're positioned in the zone right now is that if zone pulls towards the west, which it has, they have priority on moving to that zone, right? Where they sit now, they control the teams around them. They can force those teams to slow down. And when they decide they want to run into the safe zone, they have free access to do that. There won't be any issues there. And so they can just keep sitting here and probing at these teams to get some of their damage. But ultimately, with Surge ticking at them, things might become brutal very fast. They might realize that it is just going to be one of those situations where you just got to jump in a box. But there isn't a box very close in sight. And so decisions have to start being made, and soon 5 players will have to go down before the Surge stops ticking.
Kovacs now using those chug splashes to out-heal the Storm Surge. You can see the trouble many players are facing here, who have maybe not put themselves in the correct position to get that damage, as Kovacs here is just trying to out-heal it. His duo partner also very low now. They have no more heals to work with. It's either they do enough damage or a few players get eliminated and Storm Surge is no longer active. And that might just be what has happened here as they continue to take shots, look for angles. But speaking a bit about the positioning of Cammy and Seti, which we're looking back at now as well, the zone pulled so close for this third zone that the players decided that maybe a late rotate might be the correct decision, because if you are rotating when Storm Surge is active, there's going to be a lot of duos looking around trying to get that tags and damage. So it's a risky time to be rotating, and it might have just been too risky as Cammy's already gone down. Seti now likely to follow. And just because of that, Cammy and Seti now have gone down in game 2 due to Surge.
What was a brilliant start to the day means game 2 ends in tatters for the Polish duo. But look, if you want to have a comeback, you have to have some form of a setback. And so I won't be panicking about that duo anytime soon. The big thing now is that Juriki and iDrop, who were sitting above them in the standings, have a really good game and continue to push their lead at the top. That is what it's all about, that consistency throughout the day. And definitely a team that can do that. There's no reason to doubt them, especially if you ask Minimine, one of their biggest supporters.
Biggest supporters of Jura King and iDrop. Seeing if they can continue that momentum from the first match. But there's so many Titan duos close by, you can see that depending on where this zone closes, could be quite a difficult rotate. But even in the feed here, Thomas HD picking up 2 opponents, Fort and Pixie, going down. And now with just 10 seconds left until third zone closes and fourth zone appears, it's going to show these players what they're going to have to do, where they're going to have to position themselves to be inside the zone. And it's just a waiting game.
Yeah, they'll be praying for a pullback, but I don't think they are that fortunate. This is not fair. You can't be this good. You just can't be this good. How does he make it look so easy every single time? Pixie knocked, and then they get into the box. Oh my goodness. More than a tile away, and just hitting so hard with the shotgun. Trippin walks through as well. These two are on a tear, and that's what I like to see. But again, it's about the end game moments, right? We've seen them struggle in previous competitions to get refreshes to just keep them refueled in these games. And of course, a similar story in game 1.
These players, they want to go for those Storm Surge tags, but you can't over peak. We saw what Thomas HD did to Pixie there when he was peeking, looking for maybe 1 or 2 shots, you know, just said, okay, I just need a little bit more Surge. Let me take a peek, boom, knocked down. Thomas HD double dinked you right there instantly with a burst assault rifle. I mean, you have to be careful and you have to be aware of which duos are close by and have angles on you when you do take those peeks and goes for those shots, which is why we see a lot of these players kind of hidden back inside their box there, looking for shots from afar, because they don't want to do anything too risky, especially if they're so close to that Storm Surge threshold. But the rotates begin. Fourth zone is going to start closing. 1 minute, 5 seconds left on it. And all these duos now, you can see at the bottom right of the new mini-map, are beginning to rotate from north to south. And the duos already positioned in zone are going to make it difficult. But Bubak, you said it yourself, Levin. You know how aggressive he likes to play. But with his duo down now, playing it out as a solo, it's not going to be as easy to play aggressive.
Aggression isn't always the name of the game. And I'm sure Diox will be feeling that at the moment as he has to just sit and watch Booback from afar. It's all up to him now to try and salvage something from this game. For Andalex and Snazy though, down below on Surge, it's all about trying to put themselves out of that position. And there are definitely players that could give them the chance to do that. You can see them trying to take shots at Mr. Savage and Hen. Savage actually will build up out of the way. H though, not necessarily there with him. Oh, and so they need to be careful. We see those two split up far too often, and they're split up again now. Mr. Savage taken out. H nowhere to be seen by his side. And that is ultimately the sad theme that we constantly see from that duo. But for Andalex and Snazy, brilliantly played, well executed, but I expect nothing less from that duo.
Now, fifth zone has appeared. The half and half has closed on the southern east side of the mini-map here. A majority of players have to rotate over this river, and it's going to be incredibly difficult. I mean, remember, the only mobility item in the game currently are those grapple gloves, and then you have the natural mobility, so a rotate like this is going to be incredibly difficult. But looking at Janice here, alongside Vidil, they have Marine and Nebs close by, one of them even knocked, looking for that opportunity and opening to get an elimination, but maybe they should be looking at that rotate, as they have to go so far, and I'm not sure what the decision might be. Are they going to go late? Recycle some tarps? So they're going to let those duos with the grapple gloves go first. I mean, there's so many options.
Yeah, when you have a rotation this late, you know, you have to wait for teams to build and try and look to use those. Make sure you stay elevated so you're not on that ground layer where it is so clustered. But ultimately, they haven't got much to work with. And so things could get very difficult for them. From Orion and Nebs, though, this is just such a risky thing to do at times, especially with how low HP Nebs is. But Marine very much having to just play himself at the moment, keep his eyes on the prize, and just hope and wish for Nebs to have the best situation. Nebs ultimately falls, and at the hands of his good friends as well, Eyedrop and Juriki, who now doing exactly what we talked about, having to just rotate and follow people's old builds and even use some of their own. But instantly, you see right back in the frame of mind of, we want high ground.
Not only getting into zone late, but doing it for that high ground. And depending where this first moving zone pulls, if it does pull back to where Eyedrop and Dreki are here, this could be huge for them in the first moving zone. But there's still players like Thomas HD, Tripper, and Alive up and going now. 8 eliminations for the duo, and the moving zones have yet to begin. Now 6th zone has pulled back to the river. Eyedrop and Dreki could hold the high ground here if they decide that's what they're looking to do. And now it's all about these next 15 seconds when the zone starts closing.
Yeah, all these teams now. This is where things really start to pick up. Of course, we can expect to see a bunch of teams grappling through the skies. But what we saw last time round is that with all those teams grappling through, there is space and opportunity. The right timing, you can just run your way on in. But when it comes to the high ground battle, Juriki right back at it alongside Eyedrop, and they're up against Refsguard, and Clown and Juriki picks up one, but he can't pick up both. And so Eyedrop now having to come to the rescue, and really hit the shot he will. But I don't think it's going to be enough. He eventually will fall himself. And so what was such a great start turns into another instance of them having to watch from the sidelines. But for the rest of the lobby, it means one thing: high ground is available and open for anybody willing to take it.
And Tripper and Thomas might just be that duo that looks up and finds it. They do have a lot of uses for their grapple glove though, so they're gonna make use of that first, go ahead of the zone here, and maybe even have the opportunity to look back and see how that high ground's going. But it looks like there's already other opponents going for it. It's Karma, it's his duo partner. Up top is Marine 2 in the zone, gets eliminated. Snazy securing that elimination alongside Andalex now having to rotate on the edge of zone here. Zone does pull far as well up north. These players are gonna have to rotate through a river, and they have to prepare for that.
Yeah, these two very much know how to play in these type of zones. But if they're not careful, they'll clash against one of the newer teams in the mid-ground streets, Pinkin and Ass. Very much showing their dominance here. We might be used to seeing them up on height, but this season, they've shown that they can get fraggy on the mid-ground.
Flo is Hellnada now. Flo Nada. 3 total eliminations for the duo. Looking to get some more as he gets a nice shot there onto Deceptos, but it's not enough for the knock. Continuing to rotate, getting ahead of that zone, using the chug splashes to recuperate all that HP they've lost. Meanwhile, Thomas HD and Tripperin have conserved so many materials. Scaring me for a moment. They're almost getting knocked down to fall damage, but they make it into zone. They have the materials, and now they have the positioning as well to play a bit aggressive. Gets the initial shot onto Astro, but it does not knock him down. Now Thomas and Tripperin continue the wrath and look for these eliminations.
We know they can do it in the earlier mid-game, but now we need to see them do it here late when it counts, when it matters. The materials are going to start running low. For Flo Nada, though, in the zone deep, doesn't have Hell Nada with him and needs to try and stay alive. Creeping his way into zone. The armored wall above for the extra bit of protection.
Snazy now, 4 eliminations, playing it out as a solo. Does have those chug splashes to go into the zone without being punished, using those armor walls as well. Now only left with 1 as he continues to heal himself up. As Older, 6 eliminations on the low ground. Legendary striker pump shot looking to make something happen.
Ooh, height being taken. You can see a fight is breaking out for it. And so Jackpo and Karma, who were on top of high ground, have now been taken away from that position. Pink and Anas, they were fooling us. No mid ground this game. We want high ground. We want to win things out. And that's exactly what we know they're capable of doing. But it is all about keeping their composure and keeping their awareness levels up. For Thomas and Tripperin, the same sort of mindset up here in the mid ground. Thomas has his eyes on teams, but he needs to now have his eyes on taking them out, and a shot comes through, but isn't going to be enough for an elimination now. But these two still alive as a duo.
Thomas HD and Tripperin, 8 duos up, 12 players alive. Now Thomas gets a nice intro to the opponent's box, but it goes down, unable to connect his shot, leaving Tripperin as a solo. But Pink and Anas still a duo on the high ground. This could be theirs if they play it correctly, but Tripperin now wants to clutch up as many points as possible. He's lost his duo partner, but he has 45 builds, he has ammunition, he has materials, and he has to continue staying up here. There are still 6 duos.
He needs to be careful. Pink and Anas were looking from above and started taking shots at him. Always have to block off your head when these guys are on height. They know where you are, and they will come for you if you give them the opportunity. But they're running low on builds, and so this now goes from being what was an easy sailing game to a bit of a difficult ride for Tripperin. Though I've seen him pull off some crazy solo clutches, and we're gonna have to see another one again. The armored wall comes through, and there he goes, try again, and they can't even seem to stop him until now. They forced their way into his box, and so Yakpo as a solo now in a similar situation to him. Elder goes down, and for Cold Fan and Frey, they remain as a duo below.
Cold Fan and Frey from the early game in game 1 going down to now having the dominance, continuing it on to the late game. 7 eliminations for the duo up on the low ground. Might have to go against this solo here. He's looking for an angle, breaking through the builds, and he goes down. It's now a 2 versus 2. It's the high ground versus the low ground. Frey and Cold Fan up against Anas and Pink. Which one is going to be able to take it? It's a repeat of game 1. High ground versus low ground. Anas and Pink now looking for an angle. Drops down. Anas misses his first 2 shots. Hits the second, though. Gets the knock and gets both. Elimination, securing the victory royale.
1 shot left in the 2-shot shotgun, and Pink and Anas make it work. This is their homecoming. The lights aren't too bright for them in the FNCS. This is what they do. They win games, they dominate height, and they qualify for finals. What a nice, brilliant start to what has been a very interesting day for Pink and Anas. Executed to perfection at the end, making it a bit entertaining for us. Anas there, making sure we sit tight on the edge of our seats, but ultimately they come through clutch. A nice game 2 to Car.
Anas was just 1 pick away from getting eliminated to the Storm, but he was able to secure that elimination at the last second. And I'm curious to see how this changes the leaderboard, Levin, because we had 2 different duos battling it out there in game 1, and now with Pink and Anas taking it home. I want to see what happens. So let's throw it over to Zeke, Reese, and Taco.
My goodness, Pink and Anas, methodical, textbook victory royale. High ground super early and just say, everybody else, fight it out. Don't worry. Yeah, no, you guys, there's no one up here. Don't worry about it. We'll take a victory out, though.
I said at the top of the show that these guys are kind of like, you know, they've got many different play styles that they can play. One of them right there was a beautiful height retake with the grapple gloves. Remember, last game we saw Cammy kind of mess up the high ground retake trying to use the grapple gloves. Right there is how you do it. Pink managed to distance himself so so that when he used them, he threw himself forward and also up at the same time, rather than coming from below and trying to just fire himself vertically up.
Yeah, Pika and Nas there at the very end, I mean, they just had the eagle-eye view. There was essentially them just waiting it out to see which duo or solo was going to be left standing for them to try and pick off. And, well, Pika and Nas, I mean, they bring it home for a reason, and could be mistaken on this, but I believe it was actually round number 2 that they won last week as well. So a little bit of a repeat instance here for this duo.
What's interesting is like the different playstyles, like I said up at the top of the show, completely different. Because that game that they won last week, or in qualifier number 1, low ground, 11 eliminations. Here, high ground, 4 or 5 eliminations. So like completely different. Of course, another team that we can't not mention, Thomas, HD, and Tripper. At this point, I was watching, we were sitting in the back, and I was like, is this the 6th Elim we're watching here? And then I realized this is actually number 8 already.
They were just stacking up the elims, pretty much tearing through the map as they were moving into these circles. And I think the main thing that I couldn't help but notice was the 18 splashes between the two of them. They just looked as if they had every single piece falling into place, only to have the most tragic finish.
Yeah, one of the things I wanted interesting to point out there as well was the fact that you see in that 5th zone how they built up. They just took their time to go up. And that's because of the grapple gloves that they had, of course, to use there, which gives them that kind of visibility to use. If you use a grapple glove down on low ground, you'll realize real quick why it doesn't work. You're just jumping into other people's boxes, going to their faces. So I love the kind of pre-planning just to go up early. And again, when I watch back through their Cash Cup games of the Cash Cup that they won, that's exactly what they were doing, nearly repeatedly every game. And then when I watched the games that they had last week where they didn't do so well, they're just swinging around on low ground and it's not working out so well for them.
That's right. We'll take a look at our leaderboard. So right now, Pink and Anas, after the Victory Royale, after breaking through the double-digit elims, are holding that number 1 spot. So if you're just tuning in, remember, we're playing for the series point leaderboard. But if a duo can make it up into that top 5, they get to bypass semifinals. They go right to finals. So that's what we're aiming for right now. Flow Nada, Hell Nada. They're sitting there, but they're not comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, of course, like, what I'm sure on camera now, I'm still same height as you now. Yeah. Of course, like, look how close they are in terms of points all the way down there. Like, that's, again, only after game number 2, so it's not too much different, but that means that basically we have a lot of teams going into the next 2 games that are in the running for potentially getting into the top 5 to qualify.
But at least for Pink and Anas, if they're able to stay on pace here and actually pull in a strong finish in round number 3, they could be looking to potentially surge themselves into, or solidify themselves in that top 5, because you have to remember last week's came down to 166 points.
And I gotta say, a duo that has fallen out of the top 10, Cammy and Seti. A duo we would not anticipate to be having issues with Storm Surge, but this game, it got the better of them.
I mean, I specifically said at the end of that last game, these guys will probably stay in the top 5. And of course, as we noticed, they managed to box up relatively early. And you know what? This has been something I haven't seen for a long time in a set lobby environment. Is these guys struggling with Surge? You know, I kind of said that when we looked at the round 3 games, all top 5, first, second, and that was what we're going to see again. Hopefully this is just one of their bad games, but like I said, very uncharacteristic not for them to get really any damage at all.
It seemed as though they were kind of just waiting to see if the duo was actually going to challenge them. I think that they were expecting a couple of more aggressive rotations from some of these other duos, and it just seemed as though everybody else managed to bypass right through them, and the fact that they fell victim to the Storm Surge, I think, says a lot.
I'm sad. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it's okay. One game, one off game, right? Whatever happened, it's okay. It's just one game. We got another 4 to go before we, say goodbye, at least here from qualifier number 2. So we'll see if they can jump back into the action, but we're ready. I hope you're ready. This is game 3 of qualifier 2.
Game 3.
Thank you very much, Zeke. I'm excited. The vibes are already excellent, and I'm sure the games are just going to keep on getting better as we head closer and closer to that final game. All the players looking to try and qualify, get in that top 5. But of course, like Zeke said earlier, we are playing for series points as well. And so just doing well, even if you aren't in that top 5, goes a long, long way in qualifying to the final.
I mean, you have to always give it your fullest, right? You can't give up in this tournament, especially with that series points on the line. And we're going to be seeing now, getting closer and closer to that halfway point, how these duos are going to change up their early game. Most likely not going to completely change their drop spot, but those refinements, those little adaptations to what they can improve on based on how their opponents have been playing is really key to qualify.
I think the big thing is making sure you have no more hiccups, right? If you've been caught at any point in a game slipping up, you know, messing around, not being at 100% concentration, now you look to turn things around. We've seen great comebacks, right? Just last week, we saw Malebuka Mustache have 3 stinky games and have 3 phenomenal ones and qualify, right? So it's never over till it's over. We're hopping right back into the server, though, as the players look to try and hop off the battle bus into their POIs. We got an east to west bus pass, so I almost said zone.
So much zones, so many late games getting mixed up there, but now as these players drop in, this is going to be the 3rd match. We're going to keep seeing these early game engagements in the southern side by Synapse Station, by Reality Falls, by all these locations on the map where you really just have to take the engagement in the early game and make something happen if you want to come out on top. But it's so risky. If you do get eliminated, your whole game is done for. But it looks like Refsguard and Clown will not be getting contested this match.
Look, if it was anything like last game, I don't blame them, right? If you are the players that contested them last time round, I wouldn't even want to deal with them. Their drops were on point. Maybe landing a bit separately. You can see in the bottom right, there is a team towards the west. And yeah, you can see them right there. Rickley, Sadie, sorry. Not going to land directly on those 2, but an engagement still could break out at some point. And I would especially expect an engagement to break out here at Chonkers Speedway at some point for Floki and Clement.
Chonkers Speedway with the guaranteed chug splashes, you can see being put to good use. Getting both these players to 190 effective HP. The question is, though, are they going to play aggressive, or are they going to decide they have enough loot to start rotating out and continue on with their match, as they do have more than just one duo close by. But we're going to look back at Refsguard here and Clown. They might still be hungry from the last match after those 2 quick eliminations, and now maybe looking for an angle, looking for a flank onto their opponents, as Clown does push directly into the engagement. Meanwhile, Refsguard is going.
Clown needs to be careful. I don't think he
angle.
knows.
Does he
There's a
not?
player right he's behind him now. If they're not careful, they can easily 2v1 him here. He's just hopping around brazenly, bush to bush. I really, really do hope that at some point, Refsguard, look. Yeah, Sadie knows. Sadie definitely knows he's in one of these bushes, but Refsguard is closing the distance between them. And so now I do expect the fight to kick on, and that's what's happening. Sadie, with no materials, trying to do everything he can with the striker bomb shotgun, and it's not going to be enough. Refsguard and Clown sort that situation, but they still have 1 player remaining. It's going to be Rickley, who will also join his teammate back in the lobby. Once again, Refsguard, Clown, dominant off spawn. A really nice executed pinch. Of course, Refsguard going for the flank. Clown making sure to stay alive there. For a moment, he scared me. He did scare me. I'll be real. I'll be honest. I was worried, but they get the eliminations. That's the most important thing.
Hopping bush to bush, staying sneaky, staying up while Refsguard got back. I mean, you can tell even though they didn't take the 50-50, they still played aggressive and went for those eliminations. Just like Freight and Coldsfan did again and came out on top. They did not do that in their previous sessions in the early games, but now having that comeback, it's really boosting their momentum up in these late games. But looking back, JJ2 here, sneaking up to Refsguard and Clown. They know they took an engagement. And it's that possibility that they might not have as much loot now, but Refsguard and Clown, they have more than enough loot to take an engagement if they really want to.
Yeah, for JJ2 and Aware, they might not know what they're going up against when it comes to this team. A very fierce team in that regard. But they'll definitely back themselves, and considering what Refsguard's working with in terms of materials, I don't know if this is a fight they actually will want to take, as good as they are at fighting. And yeah, Refsguard looking to get away. The priority should be to at least get the material count up a bit before they look to take any sort of engagement. But the closer they get to Bugle, the more they might be enticed into getting into a fight here, because there are a couple players, 3 teams in this general Bugle area. And we do often see a bunch of fights here between these teams. And so Volko looking up at the volcano. Astro will be the one sitting perched nicely, looking to take shots at him. Back over to the Rave Cave, and we saw a lot of raving last game.
A lot of partying in the Rave Cave. As Thomas HD has already secured one elimination, wondering what happened. The duo partner most likely got caught off guard, or maybe one from afar, but will Tripper and Thomas keep that momentum from last game and continue playing aggressive against their opponents off the spawn, or will we switch over here to an engagement? Logjam Lotus, Goopy, Nipsey. Currently 0 points on the board, but this can quickly change if they come out on top in the early game. All they need are these initial eliminations to set them up for that mid game, for that late game, and that's when they can get all their points.
Yeah, Art Skill and T-Chips have very much been a force to reckon with so far today. Have just been so good at making sure they get deep into games and finding some nice eliminations along the way. They haven't really had too many struggles, and for their benefit, I hope things remain that way. For Andalex and Snazy, we obviously followed them quite a bit last game. Snazy having to try clutch up as a solo, but even in that case, always going to be a threat for the two Frenchies. Alila Blue, I always have to say one of them at some point whenever there's a French team on our screens. That's my one for the day, though. No more to come.
Just one. Gotta represent. As we switch over back to Sleepy Sound now. Southside seems to be all of this duos. We gotta be careful. I mean, Zone 1 has appeared. It is more of a northwest even type of zone with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left till it closes. We still got time to loot up, farm up. Maybe even position in somewhere where you have a nice vision of your surroundings to get some tags, especially if you have an on-con drop spot or even POI where you really need that damage. But a duo that doesn't have an on-con drop spot, Flow nada, hell nada. You can see with already 2 eliminations on the board, they did come out on top in this early game, and now they seem to be playing it a bit sneaky. Maybe looking to see if they can catch a duo off guard if they decide to take this Reality Falls position.
Yeah, of course, we've seen them fighting here quite a bit now today. And these fights will probably continue throughout the day. But you just see how they're just sort of patiently waiting for their opening. I think the big thing is, if they don't need to fight, they are good on materials. And so maybe the better plan of action is to prioritize getting to zone. For Pink, won't be able to get to zone if that team's blocking their path, and so having to use some of his spare shields. Not too bad though, was able to do a bit of damage, but I'm sure he would have liked to have maybe done a bit more in that instance. These guys are stacked when it comes to the shields. There's so many chug splashes, a lot of big pops and minis as well. And that allows them to take those kind of trades that you saw Pink taking, right? He won't back down from those opportunities. One, because he's been putting a lot of practice into his aim and he's been hitting a bunch of shots of late. But 2, because of course they have those shields to replenish their health if necessary. And then of course, they'll be up when it comes to Storm Surge.
Michael and Astro now having a nice rotate, possibly to the least congested side of the map here up north, as the zone has pulled north. You can even see on the mini-map in the bottom right, no players close by, and they already have 2 eliminations, so not worried about damage in these initial zones. They're actually gonna go into the zone to get that uncongested side rotate, as Janice and Vidil continue as well.
Janice and Vidil making their way into the safe zone. Of course they're here, but looking to try get a bit deeper in. There isn't many players or teams near them, and that is the benefit of the way this zone has pulled towards the north. And if it pulls towards the north again, they'll have even more free reign, which is exactly what has happened. So you can potentially see them maybe going towards the north. There's plenty of these teams in this lobby now. We'll try our best to get to that zone, but while they do try and get there, we have Mini Miner, who's got a quick little update for us on Andalex and Snazy.
Thank you, Levin. Now, I want to look at their loadouts. If you look at their loadout right now, they're not carrying a shotgun. Neither of these players are carrying a shotgun, and that is due to them needing as many surge tags as possible. The lack of shotgun frees up another slot for maybe an extra heal. We see the shield keg being used here as well. Really, really good for surge, so look out for this team if they're above on the Storm Surge.
Thank you, Mini Miner. Also brings up that, remember, the Striker pump shotgun does do a little less damage now. So we've even seen mix-up of a certain loadouts, more use of the 2-shot shotgun, or maybe even just more use of heals, so you can go for those Storm Surge tags if they are that needed.
I'd love to know as well whether that is purely a decision that is made out of necessity, or whether maybe they just had some stinky loot and didn't find any good shotguns, right? You know, you can never rule that out in Fortnite. But you know, I think that is an interesting thing to follow, because at some point in a game, right, when we do get to the later stages, you need a shotgun. Right. You need a shotgun, right? Maybe a couple of seasons ago when we had the combat SMG, it was a lot stronger. You know, we saw people running no shotgun loadouts. But you definitely need a shotgun, and we have more shotguns that are viable now. You obviously mentioned the you know, quote-unquote nerf to the striker. Last game, we literally saw Anas winning in the final moments with that 2-shot shotgun. That thing is a very, very powerful tool that players will use now. So let's see how Andalex and Sneezy do without it. But I wouldn't be surprised if when we tune back into them later on, they do have one, because it is just so important to have.
Speaking about loadouts without shotguns, Dandy are actually not running a shotgun either. His duo partner Sky does have a striker. However, him himself is running that hammer assault rifle alongside the grapple gloves and an SMG. So I kind of like the change in loadouts. Not everybody's running the same loadout. Each player has that unique mix-up to their inventory. But looking back here at Diox, Bubak, 208 above Storm Surge. Played a little too aggressive last match. Diox did get caught off guard, picked off and eliminated, leaving Bubak as a solo, but hopefully now they can learn from that. And they might have already done that, as they do have a good amount of damage.
Well, yeah, that was the key, right? Last time round, the reason why we saw them be so aggressive is because they were down on Storm Surge. They weren't having enough damage. This time around, a bit better, but 100 above isn't comfortable by any means. And so we'll have to see them start to big up in that regard. Another game, though, where art skill's down and T-Chips is having to revive. Hopefully, there'll be less of that as we move forward in this game, because the two of them together are so powerful. You're seeing a trade of revives here as Kovacs is being picked up by Zrox. And the big thing now is that with Zone somewhat nearby and both players on both teams up, will they go right back to fighting, or will they make peace? For T-Chips and Artskill, there isn't really much of an advantage in fighting necessarily. Good materials, well above on Surge, but an easy opportunity they might see it as. And if they can maybe hit some bigger shots, it will be that. But again, T-Chips just tanking so much damage there. And we'll see whether or not this was worth it or not, because Kovacs and Zrox are the ones that have that position in the zone. T-Chips and Artskill will just have to stay back and wait for a while.
Wait to make something happen, as now being so far down below that ridge on the zone. Gonna put them in a risky situation, rotating back, especially if their opposing duo looks back down. They'll have the high ground advantage to take shots from above, so we'll see how that ends up. But looking right now at the Flames duo going straight into their opponent box here, looking to see if they can pick up a quick elimination. They do have the damage, but you can always use more of those elimination points. As now getting cracked, forcing the disengage, popping up the mini. Hopefully gonna have time to make the big pot as well. But you can see at the bottom right, Zone has pulled far. They don't want this engagement to take too long. There's even a duo up on that mountain close by, which might be looking at them and waiting for a moment to strike.
For Tilted and Tino, very much so in close quarters to some of these teams here. And the journey to the next zone isn't going to be the easiest of things, with a team sitting up on a hill in front of you and players to your left and right. It can often make these situations so difficult. They have such a long ways to go, literally a max rotation for them. And so now deciding that it is the best time to make their way to zone.
Aware here though, alongside his duo partner, still making a rotate happen. So many duos now, either rotating late or still inside of the zone. This actually has the possibility to be a very dangerous late game, as there's so many ridges, mountains, water, natural environmental aspects that can make this rotation much more difficult. But it's all about planning ahead, looking at your surroundings beforehand and knowing what to do depending on where the zone closes.
Yeah, and even with JJ2 and Aware coming in late, there weren't anybody set up, ready to wait and look back at them. And all the other players in front of them just so tunnel vision and focused on getting into zone. And so they've been able to just sort of run in without even having to build and also finding some eliminations along the way as well. JJ2 picking up some nice shots there onto Gunbrick. Takes him out, and Aware will get the finish. So really nicely done actually from that team in what was not necessarily the best of positions to be in.
Getting close now to PKR and Teak. You can see actually J2's crouched up, playing it slow, but now that they're close to that zone, they're gonna build up, get themselves in a nice position to look back. It's Teak and PKR. They know they have opponents close by behind that want to rotate in zone, and they're seeing what they can do to stop them. Will they be able to pick up an elimination, or will it get too risky? As if they get into a longer engagement now, there is so many duos close by that third party, fourth party, I mean, the shots will come in. So you have to be careful on which engagements you take in these situations, but rotating late is almost never the option in a situation like this. And you can see just there, one player has already gone down now, only leaving Aware and his duo partner up here. They do have the floppers, do have the heals required to out-heal the Storm, but they're going to use so many materials just getting into zone here. And after that, their opponents know they're tagged up. Luckily enough, though, the armored wall does come down, blocking one side, and now they've made it into zone, but at what cost?
The cost is a lot of HP, a lot of shields. That is the cost. And they have the necessary means to maybe get that back up to a decent level. But again, they're going to have to make what seems to be a max rotation zone. And again, they have plenty of teams directly in front of them blocking their pathway to that zone. The biggest difference though this time round from what we saw the previous one was that things are a lot more clustered, and so it's a lot more likely that teams will have their eyes on them in an attempt to get some easy damage done and even maybe some easy eliminations. But let me not speak too soon. For the rest of the teams in the lobby though, again, looking for weaknesses, looking for teams who maybe aren't actually a team and just a solo, right? If you spot solo lurking about, can you get the shots to connect onto them and take them out of the game for good? That is the goal for DKS and the Siptos. We head around now to some of the others, all preparing, ready and waiting for what is going to be a very hectic endgame to Car.
62 players up, 32 duos, Storm Surge being active now. Just 56 seconds until that half and half will appear, but now the focus for these players is that damage. Are those duos rotating in? And the openings to get those tags or even eliminations if you're able to find a solo who's been in an engagement and is low on loot here, but just like that, Red Scar does go down. It's now all up to Clown to play it as a solo here, maybe even pick up his duo partner, but the question is, are the opponents gonna push? They are. Now putting Clown into a dangerous situation. He has to make a decision here. Does he go to help his duo partner, or does he take this engagement? The zone is coming to a close though. Looks like the opponents have left, but will Clown be able to pick up his partner? No, it's too risky. Decides to play it out as a solo and now continues to rotate.
The big problem is as a solo, he is just so vulnerable, has plenty of materials though. And so the key will be to just use them. Use that as your advantage in staying in the game for as long as possible. And hopefully nobody notices just how weak he is. Art skill and T-Chips just below him could be a bit of an issue because they can get aggressive. And when they want a war, they often take it. For the Siptos though, an elimination at this stage won't be too shabby. But the big thing for them is that they are positioned already in this 5th zone. And that will go a long way. It gives them time now to, 1, just relax, but 2, potentially set up for a refresh. Go for a pre-edit play on players who are also in this general area.
Siptos DKS using the chug splashes. Mariah Nebs close by. I dropped Jarecki. I mean, just looking at these names, the veterans of Fortnite competitive here on the European region. So much danger in this late game, especially these newer qualified players who have to go against the best of the best in the region. Now, Flow Nada, Hell Nada, 61 below, getting picked little by little. The good thing is the rotates are beginning now. A lot of opportunities open up to get those shots, get that damage. But Flow Nada has to continue to pop his mini shields. He only has these moments in between healing to take the shots, and those moments could be when the opportunity arises. As now Hell Nada does go down, leaving Flow to play it out as a solo.
Yeah, and now with 50 players left in the lobby, zone will stop ticking, but the damage is already done. So Nada is a brilliant player, but you really want Helnada by your side if you're him. And so now as a solo, with only a big pot left and not even much space or time right now to use it, maybe we'll finally get that opportunity. But that being it, it's just not an ideal situation to be in whatsoever. And you can see just constantly having to move, use all this metal just to try to find some sort of solace in the safe zone. Called the safe zone, not very safe for him at all. But we now know where that first moving zone will pull. And if he can stay alive, maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to keep this spot in the top 5.
Good thing for Flo is the zone has pulled north and he is on that side. The bad thing is so is every other duo in the match right now on the north side of that zone. So this rotate is going to be interesting, especially if you're playing out as a solo. You're going to have to just recycle tarps, see what you can do to stay up. But Thomas, HD, Trip, they've been playing so well, playing so confident. And now with one elimination going into the late game, I would not be surprised if that number keeps going up enough.
These guys just like to slide and sneak their way around everywhere. But now the grapple gloves will allow them to glide gracefully through the sky into a nice little position where they can start taking shots at other players. And we know just how much they love to do that. But for Thomas HD and Trippin, they aren't the only teams in the lobby that possess that type of firepower. Mr. Savage and H up on high ground. This is an unfamiliar place for us to see them in round 4s. They barely are able to make it here together at times. But in this game, here in game 3, Mr. Savage and H up on high.
This is what they need though, Levin. They need a victory royale. They want to bump themselves up into the leaderboard. It is top 5 that qualify directly to the finals. It's Snazy and Andalex now with 73 points, 3rd place spot. They want to maintain that consistency. They already have one elimination, but they have to begin to rotate now. Opposite side of the zone. It's pulling north even further. And this is just chaotic, dangerous. This is not a position where you want to stay open and you want to build, you want to use those materials.
Yeah, Thomas and Trippin out, looking to get to the front of the zone. Landing in the same box, that's going to be the key. T-Chips now, again as a solo, doesn't have art skill with him, but that's not going to be important. What is important is, what does he do? With just wood left at this stage in the game, there's going to have to be a refresh, a big shot that comes from somewhere. Berry's at the bottom of your screen, Mr. Savage at the top, and everybody somewhere in the middle. And just squeezing each other out. Dioxo and Booback together again. But what can they do with these shotguns in hands? They're going to just look to run into some sort of safety. And safety is what they will find. But an elimination is what they want. 300 wood available for Diox. But plenty more available from other teams. Snazy as a solo now to Carter. He doesn't even have Andalex, but we've seen Snazy with big clutches before.
Snazy inside of a dip, though. This could be incredibly dangerous if the zone pulls back up that ridge, but Camiseti still up as a duo, just securing another knock, gonna put them up to 3 eliminations.
They're going
Once they secure that, they want the loot. They go down, but the zone pulls back up. They're gonna have to go up the ridge now. This could be dangerous. They have to think fast here, as they don't have too many materials to work with. But meanwhile, there's so many players on the mid ground, on the high ground, on that ledge with that positional advantage. But Thomas HD down to minuscule HP alongside Tripper, but they want that engagement. Tripper goes down. Thomas HD now up as a solo, gets the first shot. It's not enough for an elimination though, and he ultimately goes down.
Thomas taken out. He was working with scraps there when it comes to HP, but nevertheless, for the other players, all trying to do one thing, get up the hill. And when Mr. 7 and H are blocking the pathway, things are never too great. X-Squeeze now with no materials. I don't know how he's got by this far, but this is what he needs to do. He needs to jump in this box if he wants something. He needs to hit a shot. That's actually really nice. Able to find something, but ultimately taking out the game, and not just taking out the game by anyone. It's Snazy who does the final blow. Snazy now with the med miss, staying in the zone.
Making it up that ridge as a solo, gets into zone now using that med miss to play the zone even longer. As H and Mr. Savage still have this high ground. They are dominating from above. 6 total eliminations now for the duo. Looking to get some more here as H is connecting all of his shots with that SMG. And now with just 4 duos left, 7 players up, Snazy looking to make something happen. He has to get back to the zone. Misses the shotgun shot, connects the SMGs, but it's not enough for that elimination. He has to take the shot. He does, but will he be able to get the Tyson? He does. Yes. Snazy is still up with 4 eliminations now with the chug splashes, but he has to make it back to the zone. 14-4, and he gets eliminated to H and Mr. Savage, who secure the victory royale.
Simply breathtaking for H and Mr. Savage, a team with so many eyes on them and showing us why people around the world support them and believe in them. H showing that he is a former FNCS champion and someone capable of stepping up in a big moment. And what a big moment that was, up against a Snazy who was putting on a show down below, but ultimately was too weak in the end and wilted away at the hands of H and Mr. Savage, winners of Game 3 and potentially on the pathway to qualifying.
The newly formed duo needed that Victory Royale 11, starting off not too hot, but securing that Victory Royale halfway through the tournament. It's kind of given me a memory of Merstash and Malibuka in Qualifier 1 that gave them that momentum halfway through the tournament, and they kept it going. But what I want to keep going is the analyst segment. So let's throw it over to Zeke. Take it.
We got there. Ladies and gentlemen, Fortnite fam, viewers of all ages and places, we got there. Now we're going to come back to them. Okay, we're going to come back to H. We're going to come back to Mr. Savage. Really quickly, Snazy by himself, the solo clutch, in position. He shouldn't have even made it this far, and yet he finds himself a second place.
I mean, if you remember back to like Chapter 2, Season 3, when Snazy was fighting off spawn, a little 50-50 boat that was around that area, man, that season he showed how good of a solo player he can be. And of course, right now, as we're watching, Andlix is still up, but now, as soon as it transitions, he's down, of course. So the fantastic ability to solo clutch from him. If you watch Fortnite for the last like year or two, you know this guy can play solo as well. And of course, solo clutch like it too.
Really couldn't have picked a better time to pop off either, because being able to secure that second place finish is only going to mix things up pretty heavily when it comes to the leaderboards.
So good.
I saw him. I saw the little sign next to his name. You know what it said?
What?
#1. That means they're in first place right now.
That's right. Of course, we have to turn our attention back to Mr. Savage and H, a duo that we know is capable of so much. And now they come out with a Victory Royale.
I think this is how they have to play every game, right?
Yeah.
They have to firstly make it through the mid game. I'm so happy to see him do good, and then be a height team. Because if you think about the other teams who are in the lobby, a lot of the big height teams are gone. You've got Jurki and Eyedrop who are still in here, but most of the other ones aren't here. Queasy's gone because he's with Vino, of course. They qualified last time. Tayson, Japic's not in this. For the rest of this lobby, if they want to qualify, I think they should be on top of the rest of the lobby.
And for how decorated these two are, just as players in general and individually speaking especially, it's crazy to think that all the reasons we've been talking about them have not exactly been the greatest ones. So to see them finally pull through, finish with that Victory Royale, I think that this is also just going to be a huge swing of confidence for H and Mr. Savage that couldn't have come at a better time.
I'm a happy man for watching two of my favorite players, and you do good. But I'm sure Savage is just streaming that POV. I'm sure his stream's just popping off as well right now.
That's right. It's pushing him closer up to that top 10, right? That's where we want to find ourselves as we look across here, going top to bottom. So up 23.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's a jump.
Yeah.
That is a huge jump. Now, it's quite not enough to get them in the top 10, but that's okay. We're just halfway through the competition. We have 3 more games to go. So, I mean, when I'm looking at the top 5, even down to the top 10, what are we seeing, Reese?
I mean, we're seeing a lot of interesting things. Of course, Andlex and Snazy up in #1. That's probably the most surprising. We saw last season, I mentioned obviously earlier on before game #1 that Andlex won the first qualifier last season as well. I feel like every season Andlex just kind of comes out of nowhere and is like, you know what, I'm just going to win a qual. Why not? And it seems like he's on pace to do that.
Really striking as a sleeper team here, just looking to play spoiler to some of these other duos that might have been kind of anticipating finding themselves in that top 5 finish early on.
Super, super good. Reese, I think as we make our way halfway through the competition, you want to talk to us about Flow Nada and Hell Nada.
I do indeed. We are, of course, halfway through the tournament so far. And what we want to know from this is what's happening in the early game breakdowns. Flowes and, of course, Hell Nada were 5th coming into this. 5th overall. And then we're looking at what was the off-spawn looking like, though. They're contested. 3-0 so far. So these guys are doing so well off spawn, and that's obviously pushing them up. I'm kind of concerned, of course, because they have 3 more games left. So how is that going to end up working out? Can they continue this rampancy off spawn in these next 3 games? Because we did see Freemock was going to say go down in those 3, but if he comes up in this 4th match to do super well, it might not end up working out well for him. I have some of the other cheat sheet answers here for the off-spawn battles. Of course, this is 3-0 for them. We also have Refsguard and Clown going against Sadie as well. And this is another one that's been really interesting. We saw in game number 2 one of the fastest eliminations, and basically Refsguard and Clown just wiped them almost instantly off spawn, which was fantastic to see. So that's 2-1 so far. We're giving it to Refsguard. I'm saying 1 because there was a disengage. So okay, I'll give Sadie on that one. I'll give them a little leverage up here. And one of the other ones, we've got Pixie and Fork against Floki and Clement as well. 2-1 again. So right now we're giving it to Pixie and Fork off spawn. They're currently in the lead in terms of the off spawn battle, the beef that we're used to see, which kind of surprises me because Floki and Clement have usually been a relatively good off spawn team fighting off there.
If anything, it's also rather impressive, I think, that Floki and Clement haven't actually been able to secure anything because of the aggression that's coming out of the duo challenging them. And more importantly, if they're not able to find something soon, Reese, they could find themselves in a pretty tough spot here because the matches, with the way that everybody else is going, it seems as though these duos are really just starting to heat up.
And remember that Clement's only missed 1 single FNCS finals throughout all of them. So right now, what we saw last qualifier, what we're seeing in this qualifier isn't necessarily the best gameplay from them. So I think either in qualifier 3 or in semifinals, they're definitely gonna need to turn it up if they need to qual. Or the next 3 games, you know, the D's not over yet.
Yeah, last week we saw 166 being enough points to put you into that top 5. But it's game time. We have game number 4 here on deck. So let's do this. It's game time.
Game 4.
It is game time. 3 games down, 3 more to go. We are officially halfway through the second qualifier of the FNCS. Levin, I mean, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. How can you not feel good with some of the games we've had? We've seen some fan favorites win, a lot of domination from some of our high ground teams in the lobby. They've really managed to step up here at times, but still plenty of room for anybody really to stake their claim and secure a spot to the FNCS final.
That's what it's all about. Top 5 makes it directly to the finals, and below that, you accumulate series points, which will be used to qualify you to the semis. But what you're really looking for today is that top 5, and all these players, they're that close to the cutoff, really want to make something happen in these next matches, but still 3 more chances. So it's all about adapting. Levin, we've talked about it constantly, and playing the best Fortnite you can.
Yeah, look, it's not too easy, right? You know, it's easy to say it for us, but to actually do it and execute it in the lobby can be very, very difficult, which is why we always salute every single player, but the saluting is done. It's all about getting to fighting, and that's what it's happening as we hop onto the battle bus. Just to quickly hop off and land at our POIs all across the map. You can see the players gliding in all around. And we've already been following some of the best off-spawn action that there is in all of Fortnite. And I expect to see plenty more as we load on in. So, who will it be to win off-spawn here? Clown and Refsguard versus Sadie and Rackley. And this time round, it actually looks like Refsguard and Clown don't have the better drops, and Clown actually taking a bunch of damage. And so it's all going to be up to Refsguard here with this shotgun. Just barely dodging a bullet, stepping backwards. Clown, though, actually did find the elimination. So even with worse drops to Carter, they're still winning off spawn.
Clown said, stay back, Refsguard. I got this, all right? Let me do the 1 versus 2. I'll take it out. I'll take them out. And that's exactly what he did. But looking at Synapse Station, we've had another engagement that's been going on the whole day. It's Joe going against Cold Fan and Frey. As Cold Fan and Frey have taken the last 2 matches. The question is, will they be able to take this game 4? They currently do have the advantage to 1 versus 2. Not only the player advantage, also the shield and HP advantage. So now they really just have to clean this engagement up. But Joe is still up and going. Cold Fan, though, gets the crack and gets that elimination. Now, Cold Fan and Frey, Levin, they're awake right now. They're feeling good.
Honestly, they might be the new kings of Synapse Station. Right, that's clearly the vibe I've been getting from them based off of their intention in these games. And so, long may their reign continue, right? Always good to see a team really feeling themselves off spawn. Of course, especially a team that's as hardworking as those two. For T-Chips, though, some nice shot. T-Chips, hey, let's give T-Chips his flowers, man. He's been putting on a show for us time after time in these games today. Of course, I was bigging up Artskill, and I will continue to big up Artskill, a great player, but T-Chips really has stepped up when it's mattered most today. Clement, though, stepping up here off spawn at the Chonkers. Floki wasn't there, but Clement said, no problem. I got you, bro.
Pink and Anas here in the Jonesies. Still uncontested. We thought they'd be Khan, but looks like they've had it uncontested this whole match. But Knight, Gunji Levin. Look at them go.
This is a team we thought would be contesting Pink and Anas, right? And obviously they decided to dip and not fight Pink and Anas. Wise dodge, I'd say. But nevertheless, they are winning their off-spawn battle, which is also good to see. And another instance of a team winning a battle off-spawn is Sweeze and Podesai. Taking down Haxion. But do they know where his teammate is? Because he is close by. Pixel. Just hiding. Just, look, it's relaxing. Look, it's not even relaxing. It's just like, if he just sits completely still, they can't see him. That's how it works.
They can't see him. He kind of becomes invisible, right? But for how long is the question?
Oh, wow. That is
you can see.
Disgusting from X3s.
He does not miss a single shot. I'd be scared right now. If I was Pixie crouched behind that rock, I mean, maybe they won't see you, but if they smell you, it's just over. As now, Dandir, who led all players with 8 eliminations in Game 3, is now in that 3rd place spot as well, in the qualifying range to the finals, but halfway through the tournament. Still more matches to be played out, but looking at the Rave Cave, multiple duos in range. Thomas and Tripperin have been dominating it in these previous matches, but last match, I believe they only had 1 elimination going into the late game, so most likely they didn't want to do anything risky in the early game, but that can always change.
The fights aren't always going to break out here, right? It would just be foolish, right, for some of the other teams in this area to just consistently look to pick a fight with these guys, especially if you don't have some sort of early initial advantage, right? We did see Sean VP trying to hide, right, catch one of them off guard. Those are the kind of plays that could maybe help you get an advantage in this fight against these two. But, you look, we're really, cutting hairs here when it comes to trying to find something, some glimmer of hope when going up against Thomas HD and Trippin. But that's just how it is when you're fighting 2 elite players off spawn. Jurikian, eye drop. Needing to keep along the pace though. Don't want to fall behind, of course, after their brilliant Game 1 win.
Daily Bugle, been one of the most popular POIs. One of the most dangerous as well, always having these early game engagements. And what's even more dangerous is players like Refsguard and Clown, they can choose to go up on that ridge by the volcano and take shots from afar and even just come in for that third party, which is incredibly dangerous. But look at the Rave Cave here, Levin. This might be one of those matches where we do see an early game engagement as Tripburn and Thomas here are looking to take some shots. Their opponent's actually been cracked here, giving Tripburn the HP advantage to play a bit more aggressive, opening up that opportunity to look for an angle, to drop down below. We got to be careful. Do not want to get boxed up here. As Thomas HD not full on shield, and Tripburn does have a big pot, gonna throw it over. And now both of them will be at close to 200 effective HP and have that opportunity to play aggressive if they feel the need to.
Yeah, man, you gotta always understand these battles off spawn. It can be fun for us to watch, but they are certainly tight affairs for the players involved. For Thomas and Trippin, they will just continue to probe and pick away, but inevitably somebody will go down, it seems. Especially with the zone pulling so far away. Look, someone's walking away with 2 eliminations from this fight.
That's what it's looking like.
That's what it's looking like right now. The question is, who will it be? I'm sure a lot of people at home will be staking their claim with Thomas HD and Trippin, and I probably would do the same, but you can never count Xenolith and Sean VP out. They'll have that chip on their shoulder. Of course, they've had a couple fights against these two, and it's not quite gone their way. But there's always time for the tables to turn. We saw that many, many times in previous FNCSs. Again, it's just so slow. It's a slow-paced affair, right? Again, just somebody needs to make a mistake, and that's when things really kick off. But everyone just keeping their cards so close to their chests.
I mean, you can even see at the bottom right in the mini-map, zone's closing. 1 minute, 55 seconds until it fully closes. And they're already in zone. You can tell that the zone is quite a distance away. And I think Tripburn and Thomas have realized just that, as I saw Tripburn going up most likely going to make a disengagement here, but they do have the natural mobility from the Rave Cave. They have launch pads, they have slipstreams, they have everything they need to get out. The question is, can they do it safely in a timely manner? As if there are duos waiting in zone, looking back, could cause a bit of trouble, but luckily enough, it is first zone. They'll have a lot of options to where they rotate in. As Snazy and Andalix now in that first place spot, currently have the crowns on their head. But still 3 more games to go, including this one. And you can see in the minimap, there's not too many duos close by. Still quite a few having to rotate, but you're going to make sure you have vision on those duos that are rotating in late.
Yeah, this is interesting, right? Because obviously we saw earlier in the day Pinkin and Nas not necessarily coming down south for some of these fights. But this time round, they are here, and Slimy is very much close by. Will Pink notice? He will. Looking to try and control the pieces. And actually will be taken out, and a Nas with such low HP needs to be careful. This is a dire situation. And even though Slimy did take Pink out, a Nas was there, and the reboot is close by. But the question is, will he be allowed to? You can see Slimy's teammate strolling through. And it's going to be very important that Anas keeps his cool. But that's exactly what Anas is known for. Staying cool, calm, and collected in intense moments. But that's going to be something to watch out for in the feed. For Marine and Nebs, though, their story is all about getting to the safe zone.
Marine and Nebs coming from Qualifier 1, being contested, to now having their split uncontested. They are able to play a lot more flexible, a lot more options than in the previous Qualifier. Also now being able to use those grapple gloves almost in every match. You can see that they're feeling more confident, but something has to be done being in that 16th place spot.
You saw instantly, right? With the zone pulling towards the southeast, they moved straight away. They realized they can get to that zone first. Really nice decision making from them. But we have Mini Miner to update on us for the team making really good decision making elsewhere.
Thank you, Levin. Now, we just saw Pink and Nas fighting, but let's just rewind a little bit here. They actually had a grapple glove in their inventory, and this was a result of them disengaging from that very fight earlier on. You might be wondering, what's the point in only having one person carrying the grapple glove? You can actually harpoon some loot using it, which is really, really vital for this team and help them in that fight right there.
I feel like that's something that's not really brought up too much, and I love it, right? It's basically a harpoon that you can use to fish up loot, and in the late game, that can be incredibly useful, especially if you don't want to risk getting that refresh and you just see loot in the storm. I mean, not as many people will have the grapple glove compared to a harpoon, for example, that we've seen in previous seasons. So you have more options to get that loot that's been left behind, and I mean, it's something that you like to make use of. Let's switch over back here. Hell Nada, Flow Nada, making their rotate in. Just 25 seconds left until second zone starts closing, and it's pulled all the way east on the Jonesies. So you don't Pink and Anas, if they're able to get that reboot, they're going to be positioned quite well.
For Hell Nada and Flow Nada, you can see the journey to zone isn't actually going to be one that's too difficult, right? There's not many players in their vicinity. They might roll into some problems as they start to go through rocky rails, but ultimately, it shouldn't be too tough of a time getting towards the zone. For PKR and T, very familiar grounds here by the Joneses. It's the POI they were landing at previously, but opting not to have to deal with Pink and Anas in that area. And understandably so. But for the Polishmen, that's going to be the least of their worries right now. They're just focused on rising in the standings, currently at 23rd, and very much needing to have a very big day. Whether or not they get top 5 or not, right? Just being able to push themselves up and get some more series points is just going to be quintessential to their season. For Thomas and Trippin, I like these kind of rotations, right? Using the river. This is something that we see Tayson and Uguay do quite a lot. Of course, they've already qualified. And Thomas, who's very clued up and very, very active when it comes to dealing damage, is going to be just someone who, again, is just a Surge cheat code, right? You're down on Surge, never fear, Thomas is here. And that was actually Mr. Savage he was dealing damage on, right? So top players all around him, but that doesn't scare him off. That isn't even a thought in his mind. He just sees players and deals damage.
See player, do damage. all the thought process you really need. As now, it has granted him that damage to be above the Storm Surge threshold, but they're going to need a bit more to be safe here. And while doing that, they're also going to have to put themselves into a position where they get into zone. Fortunately enough, there's a lot of duos now that aren't currently in the zone and will have to rotate in, granting them opportunities. We have to be careful here as Pink and Anas have put themselves to a sticky situation. They have gotten the reboot, but this has caused a delay in their rotate, and you can see now that they have to take shots on this other duo, which is rotating in from afar. And if zone pulls far, you'll see now in just 1 second as it does. And just like that, it's pulled south. They're going to have to rotate just that much further. And it's going to be difficult if they want to continue this kind of tag battle, this engagement, but also get the rotate done.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy journey to zone whatsoever. Of course, it'll be interesting to see what Anas actually has in his inventory, what he has available to him. Of course, we can see what Pink has. But their journey to zone is not going to be an easy one. And in the case of Trippen, the team that currently sits in 5th, Thomas is all as a solo. And as a solo, he holds much power. But this early in the game, Takata, having to know you are playing the rest of the game out alone is such a daunting thing, even for some of the best players in the game. And so Thomas, we'll see what he can really do when the lights start flashing a lot brighter. But I'm sure he'd much rather have Trippen with him.
You always want to have your duo partner. Losing them so early is not what you want to happen. I mean, you can go for the reboot, but with the zone being so small, so many duos in the vicinity, no matter which reboot van you choose, there's going to be a duo close by, and it's just not going to be worth it. You're going to get stopped. You're going to use material shields and possibly get eliminated. So unless there's literally no one close by, it's incredibly difficult to pick up your partner. But T-Chips now, 2 eliminations with Art Skill here. They're not in the zone, but they're playing. I mean, they might have actually just wanted to take a bathroom break, Levin. I mean, you know, mid-tournament, you don't have a lot of opportunities to go to the bathroom. So sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do.
Look, you know, sometimes when you're nervous, you might need to hit the toilet, you know, release a little bit. And it's a nervous situation for them, right? Sitting in 4th place with a couple games left, their spot in the top 5 is not secured whatsoever. It's nervous times, but they need to stay cool. But for Thomas, it's even more nervous, right? As a solo in a duo's world, what can he cook up? That is the question everybody will be asking. We all expect to see spectacular plays from Thomas HD. And if there was ever a better time, why not now? But the key is holding on to that 5th place slot, right? That's the most important thing. You want to auto qualify to the final.
Being on the cutoff makes it that much more stressful, but that much more important to just get as many placement points as possible. Even elims if Thomas HD is able to secure them in the late game. But looking at Cold Fan and Frey here, 3 eliminations, 2 from that early game engagement. They've been getting into every single match. They're looking to see what they can make happen.
And this team is an example of a team that throughout this season, they've just been working so hard, right? It's been a long time since we've been able to say Frey with the names that are elite in the EU region. But this performance today from him and Cold Fan, very much trying to put themselves back in that kind of conversation. And if they can now translate this through to the last 2 games, which it looks like they can do, the setup looks so good, right? They're sitting in a really nice position. The loadouts, the materials look so strong. This is not a strong position though. If you want to know what is far from a strong position, it's what we're seeing here from Pink and Anas. Did it work? Did the toilet break work?
No way.
It seems like it did for Art Skill and T-Chips. Oh my goodness, this is a thing of dreams. This is what you dream about. Whenever you make those kind of plays, you always hope it can end just like that. Perfect, absolutely perfect.
On the contrary though, what a tragic way to go down. I mean, looks like the restroom was full as T-Chips and Art Skill did secure those 2 extra eliminations. Playing it sneaky, it all paid off. But now they want to translate that into the end game. Starting off with such strong momentum, 4 eliminations. They're going to look to keep it going, but Cold Fan here in Freight, we saw they did a good job of getting tags. Loadout looks great. Actually, just noticed, didn't have a shotgun. We've been seeing that quite a lot now, Levin, haven't we? These interesting loadouts as we look at iDrop. Jura King in that first match. Now in the 7th place spot, though. They need a decent end game here to put themselves back into that qualifying range, but 230 below the Storm Surge threshold. They need damage, and they know it. You can see how much they're looking for something to happen here, maybe even go for a pre-edit onto their opponents.
Yeah, you can see Juriki looking at it. He knows his team's fighting, and they might look to try and get in right just now. iDrop already ready and waiting, and it's actually ArtSkill that's being pressured. This is going to be their opportunity to save their game, and that might be what they just do. iDrop, though, actually will fall. Wasn't able to hit the kind of shots needed, and still just below. Not too far below, but this is a massive, massive hiccup for this team. The armored wall will have to be placed to give them a bit of breathing room so that they can get the revive off. But for iDrop and Juriki, what was such a brilliant start is looking like a downward climb, but things aren't over. They still have hope, they still have a chance, and the same can be said for Anas and Pink, even with how weak they are.
Anas and Pink now, 1 total elimination, 6 charges on that grapple glove. And the zone does pull fully to the west side, so they will have to do a long rotate here. The danger, as you can see, the north side of that half and half has a lot of duos. So they're going to be looking back into the zone, but look at Thomas HD. He's getting himself into an engagement here. Remember, he has been playing it out as a solo. So this is going to be a 1 versus 2, being so close to the zone. It's not somewhere you want to go down.
Thomas needs to be careful. We know he can 1v2. We've literally seen him 1v2 already in this tournament. But up against Yanis and Vadil, it's never going to be an easy fight. And so he opts to just secure his spot in the zone, use a charge of that grapple glove, and he secures his safety. But let's look at what he was doing. Even as a solo, this guy will always find eliminations. He sniffs out the danger where necessary. And just a one-shot connecting kept him in the game. Still, though, never an ideal situation. His back is going to be constantly against the wall. But even with that being said, he never shies away from trying to do some damage, from trying to find some limbs. That is just in his nature.
We also see H and Mr. Savage there down below, coming from that victory royale in the previous match. It hasn't put them into the top 10 yet, but they still have these 3 matches to play out, and it could be enough to push them up into the qualifying range. It's exactly what Merstash and Malibuka did in the first qualifier. So if H and Mr. Savage can do just that as well, it could be crucial. But Bubak and his duo partner here are not in a situation that I'd fancy being in. Both players will go down.
There's times like that in the game where you just get squeezed out the lobby. You don't even have a say. And that is exactly one of those times. Bubak sent back, and ArtSkill might be joining him if he's not careful. Not many materials, to the point where he's literally farming as he goes along. Every single wall, floor that he picks away at will just keep him in the game that bit longer. And we know what he's fighting for. He's fighting to stay in the top 5. And for Pink and Anas, it's very much the same. Currently sitting in 2nd. But it's been such a turbulent game for them already. We've seen them be taken apart. We've seen them have to reboot. We've seen them be revived. And now we'll see them rotate to the zone. First moving is here, and everybody is moving. Everybody has a place to go, a place to be. And for Anas and Pink, it's right in this box. They want to find an elimination. Pink will fall, and Anas was not there with him. And with just 3 builds, he understands it's now or never. Can he actually get a revive, though? They won't give him that chance. They won't give him that space. Anas now just has to run away, just has to stay alive. There's literally a team in the box next to him, and the grapple glove will get him into safety.
The 1 shot left, and the grapple glove uses it to get a nice connection onto his opponent. It doesn't get the knock, but it gets the damage he needs, and just 1 more shot is what he has to do. He takes out the pickaxe, but it's not enough. Switching to the high ground, though, it's Janice, it's Fadil. They've taken this high ground now with that positional advantage. We have to be careful. There's opponents that want it as well, and now the engagement unfolds. They have this opportunity to take it, but they do not want to risk it. They go down, start playing together, start looking for an angle, but Jen is now getting shot from above. He has to be careful.
They need to stay alive, and that's not gonna happen. Janice will fall, and that's not the only thing left. It looks like Nebs is trying to take it from Vidil. Vidil dropping down. He now has to take some time to heal off. But for Nebs and Marine to take high ground, they're following the trends. They're seeing what their peers are doing, and they want to follow suit. Need to be careful that they don't get chopped. The materials aren't looking too strong. It looks like it's just down to wood. These two need to find an elimination and fast. And if they're not careful, Ref's guard in the back of the zone might even take height from them.
But Thomas HD, he has been playing as a solo for so long, and he is still going strong. Gets ahead of the zone here. Only one charge left for the grapple glove, but he has to get something here. He only has 3 builds left. He needs a refresh. He needs some materials, either through an elimination or even possibly using the grapple glove, but he gets that elimination. Now, is he going to be able to pick up the loot? Be careful. An opponent drops down in, cuts off that angle for the materials, but Thomas HD knows how much he needs it as he tanks a bit of Storm here. He does have the med mist if he wants to secure a new angle, but he goes in.
Just a siphon mats available. Thomas might have to just stay alive for a much bit longer, but Mr. Savage and H up on height again, looking to do the back-to-back. Can they do it? Up above with not much materials for H, and so he has his eyes set on Frey, but they have their eyes set on height, and so it's going to be a clash of heads above. For Andalex and Snazy though, they're currently this team sitting in first, and they're just focused on winning out the game, not from high ground though, because Frey and Coldfan will be the ones to take it.
These high ground engagements are not stopping as Ace goes directly into Cammy's box, knocking him out of the match, but he has lost Mr. Savage. That's one more solo to play it out here. He does have multiple charges in the grapple glove, so he has that mobility, that opportunity to get ahead of the zone, but he has to be careful. It's Snazy, it's Andalex, our #1 duo. Close by is Marine. Now, just one sniff away, one cough of getting eliminated here with 3 HP as Andalex now making use of the harpoon, fishing up that loot that he needs, but he has to be careful. His duo partner has been cracked, but they group up and they look to make something happen.
Yeah, these guys have literally been like a hoover on some of these layers, cleaning and sweeping up everything in their sights. But you can see right now, PKR and Teak, they might have the one up on them. They know where they are. There's just one wood wall in between them, and now creating a bit of separation as they don't quite want that smoke. But there is still plenty of fire above. Andalex and Snazy though, what can they do? Can they get out of this clutter of builds? Can they find their own layer? Can they fight for their right to stay in the game? PKR and Teak make it just so awkward for them. And so now Andalex now really just prioritizing getting to the front. He'll tank some damage for it. Henderson solo does not care though. He wants to deal some damage, but he'll ultimately be forced out of the way. And PKR and Teak once again going at the neck of the Frenchies.
And they're not done yet, going into their opponent's box, but Teak goes down. It's Andalex, it's Snazy. 6 eliminations for Snazy, 3 for Andalex, and they're not done yet. The heat coming from the low ground as Coldfan and Frey are still on the high ground. We have yet another 2 versus 2, high ground versus low ground. Both duos here. It's the #1 duo versus the #2 duo as Coldfan secures 1. Now in the 1 versus 2, they have the player advantage. They just have to get that last connection, and they do. Frey and Coldfan take game 4.
So many eliminations come with it as well. We talked earlier in the game about how they want to put themselves in contention with some of the elite teams around the world, and this is exactly how you do it. A dominant execution from high ground and a clean finish against what was a bold blue team from France. But Andalex and Snazy, I should say, were just no match for Coldfan and Frey in the final fight. Game 4 goes to Coldfan and Frey, and in spectacular fashion.
They really did an amazing job. So many duos were looking for the high ground in that match. It was one of the most dangerous places to be, but Coldfan and Frey made it happen. But Levin, what I want to know is how that changes up the leaderboard. And there's 3 people that can let us know. Zeke, Reese, and Taco.
My boy Tokata, we got you. Don't even worry, fam. My goodness, game number 4. I'm telling you, this already feels like finals, man. There's so much action happening. Duos are showing up saying, no. We would like a shot at top 5. Please make way. My goodness, I think we got to begin with Andalex and Swayze. My gosh.
I mean, honestly, I'm really impressed because, again, I said they were first coming into this game, and with a second place finish that game, they are at 100% still in the top spot when it comes to leaderboard. But one of the things I love, when I remember watching Andlex and Snazy back in the kind of Chapter 2 Season 4, and if you played together all the way up until Chapter 2 Season 7, so quite a long time together, where they were at their best is where they were playing mid-ground and endgame, low ground, kind of sneaking around, using the walls that they had in order to hit opponents for next. And they'd always claim such a great amount of space, right? Okay, every edit was theirs, just wipe out everyone else. And this is kind of what we're seeing now, right? We're seeing position like this in this match. And I'm glad to see him go back to a little bit of the older gameplay that I'm used to seeing from Andlex.
It definitely just seems such a such a smooth transition from them, going from that low to mid ground as well. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with players wanting to get back to their roots. If it's effective for a reason. And it really was impressive, I think, how whenever one of them was taking pot shots at another duo, the other was there to immediately cover fire. So it never really seemed as though they ever had like openings for other duos to challenge them.
Yeah, that's what's important, right? You're spacing with your duo. I think a lot of people, when we talk about a lot of players playing as solos, the issue is that they keep their distance. They go nowhere near their duo. It's your duo, your buddy. They're your team. If they get in trouble, you should be getting in trouble, helping them get out of it at the same time.
Absolutely, and it was just so cool in this last game to see first versus second, and for Cold and Frey to come out and actually find a victory royale. This is the jumpstart. They don't even need a jumpstart, truly, but this is just a boost in confidence to say, yeah, we can hang.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is that they're fighting off spawn, right? They're kind of going up against Joe and Zero without Chapix off of spawn down in Synapse Station. And historically, what we've seen is Joe's team is really good at fighting that drop spot. Last finals was a great example of that. Today, total switch up, right? We see Frey and Coldfan doing so good, and of course they're in second place on the leaderboard now, a contested team off spawn fighting against what was and should still be one of the best off spawn fighting teams in their own POI.
And it's not even like they were just barely managing to hold on right up to the very end. They were finding these eliminations consistently throughout match number 4, so the Loot Boys, they're definitely here to play.
And that's reflected, right? Take a look at our standings as they are right now, jumping up into second place. Once again, a reminder, if a duo can find themselves in the top 5, they bypass semifinals, they go right to finals. Let's take a look at page number 2, though. We are kind of keying in on some of these players just outside of the top 10. At the top, Diox, and Bubak, 81 points. Now, Reese, we do know last week 166 was kind of that top 5 metric. So what are you kind of observing here?
I mean, one of the things I was observing was that I was totally wrong after game 1 because there was a bunch of teams in the top 5 and I was like, these guys will stay here for the whole tournament. So far, Kami and Sei just kind of dropped a little bit under. Of course, that game moved them up a little bit there, but Vidil we saw move down into the mid-10s, wherever that is as well. So I was a little bit wrong. I'll tell you what, I'll take the L with the prediction when it comes to looking at leaderboards.
Yeah, no, this has been completely shuffled around here, but happy to see that Pink and Anas were able to hold on to that top 5, and was kind of impressive given the fact that they just had almost every single unfortunate circumstance take place, just non-stop getting one of them knocked out, usually Pink. But Anas did everything he could to try and bring it back.
So good. But the question I have for you now, Reese, is Storm Surge, right? We know it is a difficult mechanic to work around for some duos. So talk to us about it and tell us about it.
I'm going to talk. Let's go, of course. If you don't know what Storm Surge is, the scene has been set by the entire lighting in this place, of course. Essentially, if you don't deal enough damage, the lobby will deal damage back to you. But if you want to maximize the amount that you can output, you of course have to also maximize your visibility on all of the players. So if you want to look at the map right now, we saw the zone was the southeast, and right in the center, Tilted Towers. Our teams dropping there. Mr. Savage and H, of course, who are now in 7th place. What I really want to highlight on, though, is the position that H moves to. The hill to the east of Tilted Towers. Now, why this is so good is just because of the visibility that it gets, particularly when it comes to this zone. So if we fast forward a little bit here, you're going to see something special, right? As the zone kind of begins to close, this edge of the zone here is where all of these players up in the northwest side will end up. And because he is already situated in a position to get tags on all of them rotating in here, he's got such an easy time, right? You can see the position that he's at, the amount of visibility that he has over pretty much a 360-degree view. So easy pickings, right? This is the position that you want to be in. And what's interesting, actually, is this is actually usually the spot where Kami will go and take very early on. However, he was denied that spot last finals. So he's already managed to claim a good spot. And if we see this for the next 2 games, I think what we're going to see is maybe I want to call it Savage and Big H qualification.
Okay, you can't just put that out there. This is not Caster
Put it out
Curse.
there.
Caster Curse. We're not letting that happen today.
Well, he's not Mini.
But so that's
True.
Mini is going to be
That's
really
good for
upset
many
that you
reasons.
Just said that. Anyway, it's that time once again. Game 5 is ready for us, so buckle up. Let's go.
Game 5.
The stage is glowing, the games have been banging. Alongside me, I'm joined by Takata, and I'm very much looking forward as we head into the penultimate game. All the players know what it means. The stakes are higher than ever, and the players are ready to battle it off spawn for some of them. Not all of them, but for the few who will have to fight for their right to stay in the game. It's getting nervy. And this is one we've seen so many times, Takata.
Refsguard Clown looking to see if they can have the better drop here, get that weapon faster, and looks like Refsguard already has a shotgun, already has an SMG, but now it's about getting that elimination. Clown and Refsguard are grouped up. And the question is, what are the opponents gonna do? They have weapons as well. It's all about who hits their shots. But Refsguard and Clown do have the HP advantage, as their opponents have been hit from afar. There's actually a third party coming in, but Clown taking the engagement goes down though, now giving that player advantage to Sidey and his 2-0 partner now, but Refsguard doesn't want to let that happen as he goes straight into the box, gets that crack, but it is not enough. And Refsguard and Clown Levin go down in game 5.
You saw Refsguard was hungry to just jump back in and get revenge. He didn't want to let it slide, but ultimately he had no choice. Rickley, Sadie, winning it off this time round. And this could be an opportunity for them to mount a comeback. Maybe top 5 is a bit too ambitious when you're sitting in 42nd, but you can never say never. And even any sort of rising in the standings will be absolutely key, because everybody is fighting for some points on the Storm, on the series point leaderboard, I should say, sorry.
Thomas and Tripper in the Rave Cave. We've seen all the action and engagements they've gotten themselves into here. But now in the 5th match, with just 2 more games to be played out, you really want to set yourself up for that 6th match, the last game of the day, in the best position possible to qualify. So seeing that Tripper and Thomas are in 3rd place, and even Frey and Coldfan here in 2nd, if you're in this position and already in qualifying threshold, you don't want to do anything too risky.
Yeah, for Coldfan and Frey, we've seen them make great plays all day long. Definitely a surprise team. You know, as an analyst, when we're talking up things before the game start, you know, this wasn't a name that we expected to see this high up, if we're just being real. But yeah, they've done what we always love to see. They've rise to the occasion, and they're doing that once again. 1 elimination, looking for a 2nd as well. Skydune pickaxe out of the lobby, or at least into the back pocket of his teammate. And for Destru, the mission will be to get away and come back later to see if you can at least get that reboot card. For this fight though, this is one we haven't seen since some of the earlier games, it feels like, but still a very prominent bit of action in the lobby. Vidil and Janice, who sit in 12th place, up against Nebs and Marine, who are in 10th. So tightly close together on the leaderboard, and so tightly close together in the lobby. But this time, it will be Janice and Vidil to win it out. And that is crushing for Nebs and Marine, Takata.
Quick ramp edit for that final elimination. Knocking out Marine and Nebs, putting themselves in a clutch situation for the last game. They're gonna have to make something happen to put themselves in that qualifying threshold. So it's all about seeing what they can change now to not run into the same problem. But without and Joe, we're also having problems in the Synapse station, and I see them up currently. So they might have decided to disengage for these last 2 matches and secure as many series points as possible, or even to qualify if they make top 5. But thinking of Nos with the Jonesies uncontested throughout this whole tournament in the 4th place spot. It's all about maintaining that position. But this engagement now for Floki and Clement. Great edit, great shots. But they just need to secure that elimination with the player advantage, with the HP advantage. They make it happen, but not much trouble at all.
Yeah, it's not been the cleanest of days for them, if we're just being frank. But nevertheless, they never stop fighting, they never stop trying. And the implications of winning these kind of fights go a long way in the FNCS, right? We've seen it before. Teams willing to just continue to fight off spawn game after game, just in an attempt to show the team how relentless they'll be. The never give up type attitude. And that's definitely what we've seen from this team on our screen here. Artskill, T-Chip, so many times we've seen them in such difficult positions, but they just keep going. And again, giving props to both of them for how great their individuality has been. For Seti and Cammy, not a team that necessarily has a lot of individuality, both great players and a great team, but very much needing to step up in the last couple games.
8 of the current top 10 teams competed together last season. It kind of shows how important synergy can be for a duo.
They have bunches of it.
And that's what you need, Levin, that synergy to make something happen. But there are some newly formed duos like H and Mr. Savage who've been doing a great job today as well, making that comeback from match 3. But it's all about these last 2 games. As Frey and Coldfan with only 1 elimination now, and they're actually against the opponents that they've been facing throughout the whole day here. Joe and Zero Without Chapix, who have moved all the way to the Greasy Grove. And it's looking to me like they want to take the engagement.
Yeah, look, under normal circumstances, sorry, I forgot English there for a second. I would say I wouldn't want to fight Zero Without Chapix and Joe FN. Crazy players, crazy fighters, so gifted technically, mechanically. But in the form Coldfan and Frey are in, I might just take them. Because they have been on one today. And of course, you can see as good of a player Joe is and as good of a player Zero Without Chapix is, it's not been their brightest of days. Sitting in 40 of just 9 points, you've seen them going down off spawn countless times. But if there was ever a time to turn things around, it's game 5 and 6.
And you can see Coldfan and Frey making the initial engagement here, dropping down all the builds, but unable to connect a big shot as Coldfan gets hit, gets cracked now in the opponent's box. This could be tragic for Coldfan as he goes down. It's Zero Without Chapix and Joe who take out Coldfan and Frey.
And right there, you see, I did say on a regular day I would take Zero Without Chapix and Joe. And maybe today is a regular day because they get back to their fighting form. 2 of the better fighters in the land and showcasing their why. And they might have just put a big question mark on what has been such an impressive team so far today in Coldfan and Frey.
To give it to Coldfan and Frey though, Levin, they're in 2nd place spot. So this will bump them down a bit, but not enough to knock them out of the game. They'll still have that last match, that last opportunity to make it count and make something happen. But Dandier and Sky here in 9th place, they might also just have that opportunity if they're able to get a strong enough 5th match here. I mean, like we said before, Levin, it's really just all about setting yourself up for that last match.
For Sky and Dandier, another team that probably has beaten the expectations for them. Right, coming in to round 4, there were question marks about whether or not they'd have enough loot at where they were landing, sort of south of Loot Lake, whether or not they would fall victim to a sandwich between iDrop and Juriki and Seti and Cammy. But they've not really had too many of those issues. They've punched back where necessary, and they've punched pretty hard at times as well, sitting there in 9th place. But for the team above them, iDrop and Juriki, they again started off as high as you could possibly be. Quite literally in the standings and in the lobby, playing from high ground. And it's just been a slow decline, which puts them in 8th now. But like you said, Takara, they're still very much within a fighting chance going into that last game.
That's what I love about the 2nd to last match. It's all about setting yourself up and giving you that opportunity. But Pinkett and Nos now by the Mighty Monument. Do have a duo close by, but I doubt they'll be getting themselves into engagement as both duos want to rotate here. The issue is if one of them rotates first, it's going to give the opportunity to the opposing duo to take some shots with their assault rifle and maybe even get a knock. So I'm curious to see how that's going to end up. We'll keep an eye out on the feed. However, Yanis here in Vidil 2 eliminations on the board, starting off strong. 10th place spot. Having a nice rotate on the corner, on the edge of zone. Probably going to the uncongested side here, as they do already have enough damage. However, Pink and Anas now, they actually have decided to go for this elimination. They put themselves in a stalemate before, so they know they need to make something happen. Pink with a nice little piece there, but only hits his opponent for 32. Gonna have to do more damage than that to secure a knock, as he's been taken down to 30 shield. Gonna quickly pop up those minis though, regroup with his duo partner and maybe disengage here, or do they just really want to take this engagement?
Yeah, they can't allow the pressure to get to them. They've been in such good fighting form in recent weeks, in the previous competitions as well. And so to see Pink hit a min there is not the norm. He's been hitting a lot of maxes lately, and that's exactly what he'll need to do if they want to win that fight. Right now, they're opting to get out of dodge, using the monument to sort of glide their way down, and using a bit of materials as well to protect themselves from Comeback, who still sits above. And Comeback actually wants to follow, doesn't want to let them get away that easily. Trying to find an angle to take some shots at them. It won't be too successful.
Thomas HD and Tripper now have successfully done a dead side rotate here to the north side of the zone. Now it's 62 damage above the Storm Surge. Let's see if they can continue to get some more damage here. Currently 108 points on the board in 3rd place spot. Now just looking to see what they can make happen. They have the grapple glove. They have shields. They have materials. They don't have a lot of duos close by to get that damage. Whereas Andalex and Snazy, they do have that damage level.
They're sitting high up and sitting comfortable. Second zone, 250 damage above is a nice spot to be in, for sure. But again, you can't afford to be complacent. And for these French boys, they certainly won't be. Plenty of experience. It's actually funny, Sakata, because last FNCS, Andalex rolled through in Qualifier 2, back when he was playing with Xsqueeze, and he won Qualifier 2, round 4, last season. And potentially, hopefully I don't jinx it, fingers crossed, could repeat and do the same thing again, but this time playing with Snazy.
Would be incredible to see. And if they set themselves up, they could do just that. As now, there's so many duos we're seeing here inside of the zone, making their rotates. We are in 2nd zone, but in just 15 seconds, 3rd zone will appear all the way on the north side here. A lot of these duos coming from the south, having to rotate such an incredibly far distance, but some of them having to do that with not a lot of damage. You can even see, though, Fat Strokey and his duo partner up ahead, incredibly low on effective HP, so Default and Stormy Right might just be able to take advantage of this, as they also need that damage.
Default and Stormy Right, definitely a team that can do damage, and that's exactly how they like to do it. Some key shots to pick up a key elimination for Strokey. Didn't even see it coming, quite literally. And look at all this loot here on the floor for them. Still need to get into zone, and if you look in the bottom right, there are so many arrows
wow.
on the edge of the zone line, so there's still plenty of hard work to do for this team, but I promise you they will not mind that loot. There's actually players in the zone with them. It's not even like players just are in the safe zone waiting. Literally players in the zone. So they need to keep their fighting boots on and stay in that frame of mind, because a player could be in their box imminently. Nice little find on the big pot there. 3 big pots, actually. So some nice little spare shields.
Almost too much spare shields. I mean, they've got more than enough now. Issue is they need those hard heals, right? Those HP heals, med mist, med kit, anything to bring that back. As we have Pink and Anas have gotten out of that risky situation in the Mighty Monument and made it to zone. Full effective HP, good amount of loot, decent amount of materials, but enough to make something happen as they continue to rotate in now. Zone does begin to close. 1 minute, 20 seconds left. It's pulling to the north side of the map, so these rotates do have to come in, but Anas has to be careful. as he gets a lot of damage taken from him now. But Cammy and Seti, another duo which is so close on the border of that qualifying threshold, looking to make something happen in this game 5.
Yeah, this team has so much to prove. I think oftentimes we sort of coast when it comes to Cammy and Seti, right? We just expect excellence from them. We expect top-class Fortnite. We expect instant qualifications. Of course, in Qual 1, they didn't even make it to round 4, which was a big surprise, a big shock. This time they're here, and they are within touching distance, but they can't allow it to slip. They have to stick to their fundamentals and stay true to themselves. For Anas and Pink, though, they need to just try to get to the zone. Oh, and it's going to be so difficult to do so, but Anas hitting the key shots when needed, and it was default that they took out. Stormy right following as well. And so there is still hope, but Takata, I just get so worried about these guys. I feel like they've been in such sticky situations back to back in these games, and that's never ideal, especially for such a top team.
I mean, they've been on the borderline, but it makes it just that much more interesting in these last matches. Anybody can make it into that top 5. It's so close, even in the top 10, where all of these duos have a chance. And it's not even the last match, it's the second to last. The opportunity to set them up, as now Pink and Anas have made it into the zone. Double reinforced wall to try and play it a bit safe.
Yeah, but you can see they're getting shot from below. They need to try and create space. The problem is there's just not much space to actually create. Finally, we'll be able to move on out, but just such an awkward spot to be in. Astro and Michael just knocking on that door repeatedly, banging on it. Such an annoyance for any team, but that is what they want to do. They don't care about how much they annoy you. They just want to try and move up in the standings. 14th isn't the worst place to be right now. And so anything possible for Michael and Astro. Astro.
Switching over though. T-Chips, Art Skill, 4th place spot. So many top 10 duos up right now. It's 29 duos, 56 players. Storm Surge will be active unless we get down below that 50-player mark. As 4th zone here is shortly going to be coming to a close. And that half and half zone will appear. We'll see where these duos have to rotate, but some of them are already positioned so well that they're taking shots, you can see, making it difficult for these duos that have to rotate in. As Astro and Michael don't have to worry about Storm Surge, but they have to worry about that positioning. But luckily enough, they have the materials to get a nice rotate in.
Yeah, they've done well to move on up in. And of course, making sure to elevate as they get into zone. That puts them in an optimal position moving forward. For Anas and Pink, putting themselves in boxes. And for most teams, that position wouldn't be optimal. But if you're Anas and you can hit big shots in clutch moments, then you'll be more than fine. And their grapple gloves will move them closer and closer to the zone. I feel like we constantly see them chasing their way in. But if they can stay alive, if they can continue to hold this place, the fire never burns out with these guys. They just keep on moving.
The flame is staying lit until this last moment. Just 3 seconds until half and half appears. Pink and Anas, though, building straight up. Unfortunately, do not pull the 5th zone, but at least they're in a position where they can feel a bit safe, as the players down below are the ones taking the shots, taking the action. As now, you can even see Ubak here, down so low on HP. Has 1 mini, has a couple med kits, but a refresh here would be even better, as he does pop the reinforced walls, trying to play it safe here. It's just too risky. So many duos taking shots from different angles, and now one of the players has gone down. It was not Ubak, though, as his duo partner takes down Coop and Nipsey. What a great play. Recuperating some materials, recuperating loot, and now giving them that opportunity to heal up and hopefully get a nice rotate, as half and half has pulled to the southern west side of the map.
Diox with some crazy shots. But I can promise you, it won't be the last crazy shots we see in this game. Everybody just so hungry in these last couple games. For DKS and the Citos, one of the few teams that seems to have room to breathe. Everybody else around is just so clustered, it seems. But these teams that aren't, they have time, they have space, and they have eyes set on the rest of the lobby. And Alex and Snazy, the team in first place, trying to hold Bevies out, the gatekeepers to the zone right now.
Looking for a connection, an opportunity, and they find just that. Andilex and Snazy, they did have an opportunity to loot, but they know it's too risky. You can see Cami Seti down below, Joe and his duo partner. It's not a box you want to jump in just for a little bit of loot, especially if you already have enough. But now, from last game where Thomas HD had to clutch it out as a solo, to now having Tripper and up, the duo might just be able to make it happen.
And they need to try find a clear path to be able to use their grapple gloves, right? They don't want to be too down low congested. They might get blocked off. And so you can see running into space here, trying to create a box ahead of the teams above them. And now this gives them a clearer vision, a clearer way to use a grapple glove to get into the safe zone. Both Suisse and Podesite, they're seeing what their former French compatriots are doing above them in the standings. And they seem like they want to join in, building up, posturing for height. But it is going to be not the easiest of times, but if Extremes can hit a couple more shots like that, Typo might not have anything to do with height, but they're still going to go for it. Grapple Enjoyer and Typo, but will this be their demise? Will this be their doom? Up against Extremes and Podesite, we will find out. Typo on such low HP now, doesn't even have any shields. Just going to have to use a medmit, but still constantly watching his back because he knows the Frenchies are lurking.
The issue here is as well, both duos are battling out of the backside of zone. If a duo goes ahead of zone and looks up, they might be able to take high ground. But it looks like iDrop and Jarecki have done just that. But you have to be careful. H and Mr. Savage are down below. We know how much they want a victory royale here, being so close to that qualifying range. But Jarecki and iDrop now, 21 above Storm Surge, are looking for above, going for the tag. Zone pulls north. And Seti and Cami on the low ground. Cami's actually been lost now. All up to Seti, playing it as a solo, but he has so much loot, so much materials, he can really clutch it up here. And it's incredibly important, seeing that they are currently the cutoff. They are in 5th place spot. This is the second to last match. Seti has to clutch up some points here.
The never give up mentality from Seti will have to come through if he has any hope of keeping his team in the top 5. But once again, iDrop and Juki up on height will have a lot of a say on how this lobby plays out. They need to do their best to crush everybody else's hopes and dreams, because the more eliminations they get, the higher they will rise in those standings. And you can see iDrop very much thinking now about making sure they can keep high ground. They know they can take it, but can they keep it? Can Snazy and Andilex keep their spot in first place, running low on materials? You've got to think an elimination will have to come through soon. And for Hen, another game where he has to clutch as a solo, but another game where he shows no fear, looking to try and take a shot onto Typo here, but now needs to get into the zone, can't continue to tank that damage, and with just 2 HP, will Hen be able to stay in the game? It seems like an impossible task, and that it is, taken out by Knight. But for the rest of the lobby, still trying to deal with Andilex and Snazy, and that is what they will do. Vico and Jackson stopping those two. Thomas now as a solo.
Playing it out, has 0 eliminations, but is looking to get some. Does have the grapple gloves, does have 65 builds. Thomas HD might just be able to clutch it up again. We saw it last match, and he's looking to make it happen again. 33 white onto Astro. Boobok gonna get eliminated. Thomas now, with 1 elimination, finds the med mist, finds the opportunity to stay in the zone just a little bit longer and farm those placement points, and now he continues to clutch it up. But it's iDrop, it's Jarecki. They are still on the high ground, but Seti as well, who's been playing it out as a solo since almost the beginning. 3 eliminations, continuing to rotate now with 24 builds, uses the reinforced wall, and now is gonna play it slow.
Seti, he's done so well to get to this point, but the job is not finished, and he knows that. T-chips will fall to the wayside. Thomas still trying to clutch up. Joe and Zero about Capix in one of the few games you've got to see them. They're showing their power. They wipe out Seti. Joe, an absolute hungry player right now. 7 eliminations to his name, and his teammate has got plenty as well. But they might just collide with Badil, who is more than hungry himself. But Thomas, without fear, trying to take high ground. Will he stay in the game? Can he hit a big shot? You can see he's lining it up. He's dancing around the edit, trying to find the right angle. It's Juriki, somebody who he's got plenty of respect for, but in this moment, that's not important. He needs to try and stay up with so little materials. And Juriki in his face, Thomas will hit the shot. How does he manage to do this? Are you serious, Thomas? There is no way he can stay in this game as a solo on height. He needs to keep it alive. But Deal down below, trying to hit more shots as well, and Light will fall right in his face. But Thomas now realizes the moment, a 1v2. We've seen him do it before. Thomas lining up the shot, trying to find an angle, but they're blocking him off. He doesn't have many more materials left, just 4 bills to his name and 3 eliminations, but a shotgun is all he needs. All he needs is them to make a mistake, and Thomas can time his way in. But Dildo, he's feeling it. He's been on fire. He's been hot. And Janice is ready and waiting as well. It seems like such an impossible task for Thomas, and that's what it is. The Germans will clean house. But what a solo clutch for Thomas. As a solo for so long, Takata still managing to clutch up second place.
Look, Thomas HD didn't get the victory royale, but from playing as a solo, retaking high ground as a solo, that is incredibly impressive. But the victory royale did go to Vidil and Janice with 10 eliminations. That's double-digit elims for the duo.
This is one of the things we love to see at this level of Fortnite. 2 players, right, off spawn, having some issues here and there, but taking the opportunity in the biggest moments. But I still cannot get Thomas HD out of my mind. How does he manage to do it every time? We set the bar so high for him, and he just keeps reaching it. Zeke, Taco Reese, what is he cooking?
You know, Levin, I don't know, but I want a bowl of it. That is all I know. I just don't understand what's happening here. Again, this is just Qualifier 2, man. This might as well be a finals. This is crazy. Thomas, question mark, big question mark.
I'm telling you right now, he is hot. This is looking so good. Of course, while we're going into this, we've talked so many times. Thomas HD, the solo clutcher, the player repeatedly, game after game, qualifier after qualifier, and season after season, you talk about how good this guy is individually. And yet again, what an amazing showcase of that solo individual talent.
The proof is in the pudding, and there's a reason why whenever solo clutch talent is brought up, Thomas is always going to be the first name that comes to mind. And I really don't think that we can emphasize enough just how difficult it is for someone to go from low and mid ground, take over the top, and then recognize that he still has one duo left to burn through. Unfortunate circumstances there for Juriki when he tried to go for the challenge initially, but for Thomas, I mean, the fact that the duo waited it out, that just goes to show the amount of respect that these players have for Thomas's solo potential.
You said unfortunate circumstances for Juriki. Do you know what that means? They just got 1v2 dunked by Thomas HD on height. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The shot where Juriki ends up trying to grapple up, and Thomas HD's already standing on a right-hand peak, looking down. Exactly. He comes up, and he's already got great visibility on him. There was absolutely nothing at that moment that Juriki could have done, because Thomas HD just led him into his trap.
So insane. We also can't forget Janice and Vidil as well, man. I'm telling you, coming down to this last game, you know a lot of these duos are really just coming online.
Absolutely. And again, these are like 2 of the best players on EU. And I've said that we've not seen these guys turn up when it comes to duos competition. The deal has been so good when it comes to solos, in particular DreamHack, 2nd and 4th. I've mentioned that already before game number 1 started. And here, this right here was like a perfect game for them. Low ground, great tarping, great angles, great peaks, and of course, actually managing to close it out. Like, I'm telling you, we've seen some clips from some players when they're against Thomas HD in a 1v1, they're not doing so good. And this was a 2v1, so, you know, they played good.
And again, it was the patience that really paid off for the Germans at the end there, but have to definitely always keep in mind what it has for an impact on the leaderboard, because right now it really seems as though this top 5 is not really looking to budge anytime soon.
And what's crazy as well is we watched in that last game, a lot of these duos that were already in top 5, they fell out. And new players, new duos were able to say, we're going to make it in that top 5. If you're just joining us, this is our cumulative leaderboard, okay? So the way this works, we have a series point leaderboard. Everyone's playing for points, but if you can make it in the top 5, your duo automatically qualifies for finals. As we flip over here to page number 2, I'm looking at 11 through 15. Not 11 over there, not 11 2K, but number 11 down to 15. Someone like Nebs and Marine, could they make a crazy comeback?
Yes. but probably not.
Okay.
You know, at the end of the day, like we saw what the threshold was roughly 166 last time when we talked about it. So to qualify, roughly in that area after game number 6. For them now being on that second page, still being quite a bit further down, it's going to be rough, right? You see the teams who are able to do it. Remember, a Victory Royale is 32 points. So, you know, if you look at some of these players kind of down in the 6th, these guys already need to start probably having a big game to clutch up seconds, thirds, in that top 5 with like a bunch of eliminations at the same time. So if we're looking at people on the other side of that page, right, guys who are down in 11th down, I mean, they can do it, but they got to go crazy.
Anything is always possible when it comes to, I think, these last couple of rounds, because again, some of these duos, they had a little bit of a faster start, but started to really slow down in the mid-matches. But being able to close strong here, I mean, it's looking like Snazy and Andix are definitely the ones looking to seal the deal.
Yeah, I think so at this moment. And one of the things is, of course, we've got like a lot of the teams that I said after game number 1 should stay in the top 5 have managed to do it. One of those teams who's actually just dropped out that game, Pink and Anas, in 8th, they've moved down 4 slots there. So they were in 4th. They were in the qualification range behind this, but unfortunately had a bit of a bad game there, right? So now what you've got to think, going into the final game, there's one single match that they have left. If you're up near that top 5, you just have to go deep. You have to get into the end game and you have to try play. Any risks that you take have extra reward, but again, they also have extra risk.
And the other issue too is that it's not as if Pink and Anas aren't able to find the actual loot that they need. They've had solid loot, they've had solid material. It's really just come down to situations where they haven't really been able to deal with other duos that come to challenge them immediately after they're taking engagements.
Yeah, and I think like what we need to see is how much have Pink and Anas advanced here? Are they the playmakers in this final game? Can they hold strong and move up? Same with some of the other teams like Seti and Kami, of course, too.
And these kind of questions continue to perpetuate, right? Especially when we're thinking like, we're going to see some of these duos in finals. They have to be at that caliber. But this is it. One last time for qualifier number 2 from here in EU. Game 6. Buckle up.
Game 6.
It all comes down to this. The last match of the day, the last match of qualifier 2. We have seen some amazing 5 games, but now it's the last chance to prove yourself, to qualify directly to the finals, or to end up with a good amount of series points and set yourself up for those semifinals. These early game engagements are going to be very stressful for the players contested, but the good thing is the battle bus is ready and the players aren't going to have to wait long to get into these engagements.
And if the previous 5 games are any sign of what is to come, we have quite the game on our hands. It has been a jam-packed day of action. Top-level Fortnite being played all around the map. But like my friend Takata said, it all comes down to this. This is your chance to stamp your name on that leaderboard and to really prove yourself again when it comes to some of these Osborne battles. Again, a 50-50 where Clown just isn't able to win it. And it seems like Refsguard, who's been taken down, will now leave his teammate Clown in a 1v1 against Rickley. Who will come out on top in this final battle? I didn't expect us to be having such intense fights here when the day started, but it will be Clown with a brilliant peek and the celebration coming through as well. Waiting on that right hand peek and hitting the max damage. You love to see it.
We're not done yet though, Levin. Synapse Station, another engagement we've been seeing throughout the day. Cold Fan Frey going up against Zero without Chapix and his duo partner Joe. The question is, are they going to take the engagement in this last match of the day? And it looks like they're hungry for it. Frey and Cold Fan went from 2nd place down to 6th by getting eliminated by Joe and without in the last match. So now they are just on that borderline. They are 1 position away from qualifying directly to the finals and do not want to get eliminated again here. So I wouldn't be surprised if they choose to take a disengagement, seeing that they don't have any shields to work with here. But they might just have to take the engagement, as I feel like last game they went for that disengagement all the way over to Greasy Grove, but ended up having to take the eliminations, or the engagement, sorry, anyways, against Joe and Zero without Chapix. So really just depends what both duos are thinking. But so far it looks like they're just taking shots from afar and nothing too aggressive is going to happen.
Over towards the other side of the map, iDrop and Juriki have definitely tried to mount a last final game on a couple of occasions. But when they're in touch and distance of a qualification to the final, somewhere where they just have failed to make it 2 seasons in a row, it is just so difficult at times. Let's get an update though. Rewatch some of the action we saw off spawn. Of course, we saw this fight here between Sadie Rickley. Oh my goodness, that shot from Clown. Stone cold composure. And look at that one. What? That is a Fortnite player right now.
Are you seeing how strong this 2-shot shotgun is, Levin? I mean, the plays we're seeing from these competitors is amazing. And I love to see more of a use of these different loadouts throughout the match. Speaking about different loadouts, Giannis here not rocking a shotgun. And he is in the Greasy Grove. There are some opponents close by. However, seeing that he's in 3rd place spot, the last thing you want to do here is risk getting eliminated. And that's exactly what Thomas and Tripper are thinking here in the Rave Cave. It's a very popular POI, point of interest, but with the amount of loot they have, I mean, look at that loadout, Levin. You really just want to set yourself up for the end game with that.
Yeah, they need to get their materials up. And once they do, they will be well on their way. We've seen them make some really nice rotations. It's the reason why they've been in such good positions in the end game. Constantly aware of what parts of the map to be on and when. Artsco and T-Chips have had a very similar understanding, but maybe a bit more turbulent when it comes to their games. A lot more solo clutching to be done. For Cammy and Seti, they remain very close to the prize. And we talked about how, although you might not think they have a lot to prove, they certainly do, right? After not qualifying to round 4 in the first qualifying week, very much looking to make up for that and get top 5 today.
I mean, coming with the confidence from getting 1st and 2nd at DreamHack in the solos event to not qualifying week 1 FNCS, I mean, you know they just want to make it that much more in this 2nd week. And now being in the last match on the cutoff, they're looking to make something happen, but another duo close to that cutoff is Janice and Vidil, who ended up getting into an engagement here in the Greasy Grove against Nebs and Marine. And it's put down to a 1 versus 1, and Vidil might just end up getting eliminated here. He's just 1 shot away. Nebs with 200 effective HP has the HP advantage, but he just has to connect 1 shot. Ooh, misses it. And now Vidil is in a very stressful situation. I would not like to be him right now, as Nebs is going to choose to heal up, play it slow, has to reset a bit mentally after missing that shot, does not want to do that again. As now Vidil, though, gets time to do the same thing. Might have even been a mistake letting Vidil full up on shields now, but Nebs looks to get an angle, gets the edit, gets the cone, but his opponent is not inside of the box now. And this is just a 1 versus 1. His teammate has gone down, and the third party is coming in as well. Taking more time is getting incredibly dangerous for both duos here, as Nebs now takes the shot, hits Vidil, not a crack, and Skydune and his duo partner come in for that third party. Vidil in the 3rd place spot, Ryan and Nebs in 15th place. This is incredibly dangerous for both duos.
This is not what Vidil and Janice would have wanted. Nebs spoiling the party. They sit in 3rd place with 131 points, but now their destiny is not in their hands. Nebs looks like he's gonna go down, or maybe not. Okay, just making sure to leave a lasting mark before he went down. But the story here is Janice and Vidil. Look how it happened. Nebs and Marine with the sneaky beaky plays to take Janice out. Awareness checked him, and Vidil was not able to survive. And so the question will be, can they hold on to their top 5 spot? Will 131 points be enough for that team?
Sometimes when you're in the last match, you don't want to get too greedy. You don't want to go for that extra bit, that extra amount of loot, extra materials from your drop spot, sometimes you just want to get to zone, get positioned up. As if you end up getting into an engagement like that, it can just turn the table so quickly. We'll have to see where they end up after this match, because now there's an opportunity for other duos that are close to the cutoff, like Pink and Anas here. An 8th place spot, 118 points, looking to make it into that top 5, that qualifying threshold. As there's already 40 duos up. And now Jarecki and iDrop too. I mean, you can see all these duos we've been following throughout the day. It's their last chance to make it happen, to get that golden ticket, which will bring them directly to the finals. Let's look at a replay. I believe Thomas HT and Tripper in here just picked up some nice eliminations, and shows how important aim can be, Levin. We know this duo, how powerful they are aiming. I mean, Tripper and hit him once, and the player went down. Thomas HD, you said it yourself. One of the best aimers in the game.
Yeah, I was thinking we were watching the wrong POV there, right? Thomas was the one hitting the box. And maybe I should say as usual, because that is what he does best. But he is just so on fire. Of course, last game, that incredible solo clutch, where he potentially might have just solidified their top 5. I'd be very surprised to see them not auto-qualify. But hey, look, let's focus on the teams who maybe do have to step it up to qualify. Hen, or I should say H, sorry, and Mr. Savage. They are currently in the zone in a very similar situation to what we saw from them in game 1. And I do want to remind you, in game 1, things didn't go too well. But hopefully, this time round, it isn't going to look like that. Mr. Savage going up against DKS at Tilted Towers, a very familiar sight if you've watched the EU for a couple seasons. But how will it end up this time round?
The player advantage goes to Mr. Savage and H here. But the Siptos, you know he's going to be motivated being in this last match. The 1 versus 2 is a possible option. But the Siptos is going to have to play it flawlessly as he chooses to take the positional advantage here. But not having the player advantage, H is going to be chopping him down. Meanwhile, Mr. Savage looks for an angle, but it seems like they're getting shot from the zone here. The third party is taking shots from afar, and Deciptos gets knocked down. Connects to the previous builds, though, stopping that fall damage. And now this engagement might just be taking a bit too long, but Mr. Savage connects a huge shot with the striker pump, but that armored wall blocks him from getting in. And now the Deciptos is just 1 shot away from getting eliminated, and Mr. Savage secures it.
Yeah, you can see Mr. Savage is on it. He didn't even wait for H there, right? Was just straight trying to get in and get rid of the Siptos as quickly as possible. And now the marathon continues for that team. This game, it looks like Snazy and Analex did get the spawn of the taxi over at Coney, but more importantly, we got some updates from our guy Mini Miner. So hit us with the knowledge, bro.
Thank you, Levin. Now, we saw Cammy and Seti going down to Surge earlier on. This time, they're making sure it doesn't happen again. We're seeing Cammy and Seti in different positions on the edge of zone. We're seeing Cammy up on the hill and Seti just on top of the gas station, trying to find as many tags as they can. We can see Cammy just looking into the zone, players rotating, picking up as many tags as possible to hopefully keep them afloat for the rest of the game.
Thank you so much, Mini. Really just shows that this last match, they want to get their damage from afar. They don't want to risk having to take an engagement to get enough damage for Storm Surge. You want to play it safer. You want to play it at a distance and have more of a positional advantage with vision of your surroundings to get those tags as safely as possible, as we have 2 duos now rotating alongside the edge of the map on some boats here. Curious to see if they're going to go for an engagement. Looks like they are taking shots, are looking to do a bit of damage, but ultimately I don't think this is going to end up being a big engagement here. As now, more shots come in. Thomas HD and Tripper in box up. Tripper is a bit low on HP here. Hopefully has something to heal himself up. They do have a shield keg. Very viable option, but sometimes you want to save it for moments it can be more impactful, whether it's Storm Surge, whether it's battling it out for high ground, taking many shots. But sometimes You got to do what you got to do. As we switch back over here to Myzek and his duo partner.
Shout out to Myza. They've not had the best of days. Myza actually one of my former teammates. Good to see him doing well here in an FNCS round 4. A long way away from where I would be. I promise you that. JJ2 picking up Ref's guard.
Oof.
Which is very interesting. Of course, we saw the fiery start Clown and Ref's guard had to the game, but their flame unfortunately fizzled out. But for JJ2, they might face the same fate. Diox and Bubak knocking at your doors, never really a good thing. And if they get the walls here and the edits, it's going to be carnage, and that's what it looks like it's going to be. JJ2 literally down to such low HP. It seems like it's a matter of time until he goes down. He needs to try to create some space. He needs the backing of his teammate to get out, because otherwise they're just going to continue to pincer in on him. And Diox uncharacteristically missing a shot there, and uncharacteristically not hitting a max, so they will eventually take him out, but did take their time.
Diox now alongside Bubak. 2 eliminations on the board inside of the zone, in a great position actually. Now having that damage. They're on the least congested side of the zone, as a majority of the duos are going to be rotating from the west side of the map here, as we have Cammy and Seti rotating in just like that. You can see they still have 0 eliminations, but from the tags they were getting, like Mini Miner told us, they should be good on Surge. But a duo that we've seen rotating late throughout this tournament has been Mr. Savage and H. On the bright side, though, they do have 4 eliminations in the 9th spot. They do have that possibility of getting into that qualifying range, that top 5. But the zone is just now coming to a close again, and they have to continue their rotate.
Never say never with that team. They will fight forever, it seems. And you could argue the same for Druki and iDrop, more particularly when it comes for height. They literally will fight forever in an attempt to hold on to it. But right now, they have nothing to hold on to. They actually are trying to climb up the standings. Currently in 7th place. And a big momentum shift needed for Pink and Anas as well, who definitely have had their good moments. Of course, they've won a game similar to what they did last qualifier. But like last qualifier, currently outside of the qualification range. But not looking as scuffed as we've seen in some of the previous games to Carter, which is a positive.
Taking a Nos now. 8th place. So many duos. So close. But Astro and his duo partner Michael in 11th. A little bit further away. Trying to see what they can do to climb up the leaderboard here. The issue is they're in the Daily Bugle. It's incredibly difficult with such a rapid change in elevation to get out of here quickly, but luckily enough, they use those cobwebs. They use that zip line, and it ends up being an amazing rotate into zone, as now they can look back, take the shots onto the opponent, get the 30 tag. Not enough for the elimination, though. They do know it's a solo. Do have a chance to secure that elimination, but they don't want to do anything too risky. You can see at the bottom right in the mini-map, there's so many duos close by. If they make a lot of noise here, or even get knocked down, as Michael has been cracked, the focus could turn towards them, as now they're forced to pop the shield keg, healing up, and maybe deciding that it's not worth that 1 elimination.
Look, it's been a slow climb up the standings for this team, but coming into this last game, they got to speed things up. They need it to be a very, very rapid climb, and they'd have to have one of the more magnificent games we've ever seen in an FNCS, really. But that's never out of the realms of possibility, especially for these two. But again, I've seen them in more comfortable positions and do less, so it is going to be about staying cool and staying sharp, the awareness high at all times. The Snazy and Andalexa hasn't seemingly been a problem for them most of the day, but maybe it is just now. The armored wall comes through, and Andalex will win the fight. Cold-blooded he is, not losing composure in that moment. where many people would have folded. He stays up, places the armored wall to protect his teammate, and gets the revive as well. They want to not just qualify to Qatar, they want to keep first place.
They want to take home that crown, Levin, and they're en route to be doing exactly that with 173 points. Snazy, though, looking a bit low on HP there. Good thing is, they're going to be able to get that rotate in. Camiseti now moved up a spot into the 4th place here on the leaderboard. Looking to see if they can continue that climb all the way up. They've done so much damage. Many pointed it out. Without a single elimination, 514 above the Storm Surge threshold, but another duo that wants to be in that qualifying range. It's Frey Coldfam. They've had a lot of engagements, a lot of sticky situations in the early game, but now they can make it all up here in this last late game, the 6th match, the last match of the day, as Frey needs to do just a little bit of damage here. It does have that burst assault rifle, but has to connect some shots, as Coldfam might have just found an opportunity to do so.
We've seen them be very, very pinnacle in their decision making so far today in a lot of these games. But it won't matter if they don't do that here. Because as much as the series points will be nice, it'd be a shame to see what has been such a entertaining performance not result in that auto qualification to the final. But with a lack of materials, this elimination might be a necessity. Alder's actually a solo. I don't know if they realize that yet. Maybe if they do, it would egg them on to just keep trying to fight him. But hopefully not to their detriment. This is not what I want to see though from this team. Down on Surge, trying to heal against it, and having to take a fight in such a scuffed position. Pink and Anas will fall at 7th place. No qualification for them. They will have to try again in the next qualifier. But for the rest of the teams that still do have a chance, Frey, Coldfam, they did pick up Older, but they have plenty more to do, as it's just not really looking too strong. Some nice map awareness, farming a little bit of brick as he goes along, but they need more than just 1 or 2 hits of brick right now. They need a big refresh.
I mean, you can see how many duos are up here. I actually even just saw Mr. Savage was knocked down. Hen's going to be left as a solo now in 9th place spot to clutch it up. It's going to be a very difficult clutch if he wants to get into that top 5. But I mean, he can make it happen. 4 floppers, 6 splashes, has the loot needed, even the materials. But the zone does pull towards the shoreline. It's going to the east side. They have to be careful.
We've seen Hen have some crazy clutches. He once clutched from this point onwards as a solo to win out an FNCS. And so this is definitely a task within the realms of his possibility. But he'll have to do something quite spectacular, quite out of the norm to be able to make that happen. Max materials is nice, looking good in terms of HP. The floppers will allow him to tank some zone as well. There's a lot of range dynamism in this kit, in this tool. For iDrop and Juriki, a big game for them. Can they push themselves back into that top 5 slot?
From starting off so strong with the victory royale on the high ground, let's see if they can do just that to finish it off as well. As they top ahead of the zone here at 35 seconds, this first moving zone will come to a close in just 30 seconds, but the chaos is beginning. 3 eliminations for Jureki, and Thomas HD and Trippard have taken the high ground, and they're looking to hold it, but they're shooting up. You can see there's players up top taking shots at them. They might have just taken a rift here, and this could be incredibly dangerous for them if Thomas HD and Trippard can connect their shots.
Thomas HD connecting shots, of course he is. That's what he does best, forcing these players to glide down. Nobody even wants to look at height for more than a couple seconds. They know what can happen. Thomas HD will just wipe you out. He does it so often, and he's doing it again here. For H though, he now has to step in and activate his inner clutchness, because it is on the line for him. The chance to play in the FNCS final comes down to what he can do in these moments. And the same here for Frey and Coldfam. The difference is they are too strong as a duo. He is just one lonely solo. But as a lonely solo, he is healthier than a lot of the teams in this lobby. Definitely not the case for Seti and Cammy though. They're wiping teams out on mid-ground.
Doing a great job staying together, staying up. Meanwhile, Art Skill has lost his duo partner, T-Chips, and now has to continue to clutch it out. Has only just a few materials, but with that refresh, it's gonna get those right back up now. Looking for the med mist, finds it, continues to use the storm here to his advantage, as high ground also has been shooken up, and now Jarecki in the borderline 5th place spot on the cutoff to qualify with 5 eliminations. Has an incredible amount of chug splashes, gets the shot onto his opponent, but it's not enough to knock him down. Chooses to play it slow, farm as many points as possible. That is exactly what Jarecki has to do, but PKR now with 2 eliminations, 96 points, takes the med miss, but does not have time to use it, and Jarecki now gets that elimination, bumping him up to 6, and now with just 1 chug splash left, he's gonna have to get back into the zone.
This is such a huge moment for Jarecki. He has to put on the performance of his lifetime. Art Skill though as a solo. So many times today we've seen T-Chips have to do it, and now it's time for his teammate to step up to the cause. You can see now though, so many top teams left in this game. They're all stepping up in the final chance to show off what you can do. For Dandir and Sky, they now as a duo trying to show what they can do in this moment. Art Skill still though holding on as a solo.
1 elimination on Art Skill. Cammy and Seti as a duo though. They find Nipsey, they connect the first shot, but it's not enough to get the crack. Cammy looking at the backside of the zone. He knows there's a solo close by. Finds the angle. 32 gets the crack with the SMG, but unable to knock down his opponent. Still 7 duos up, 12 players, as Cammy and Seti playing incredibly aggressive, looking for angles, looking for peaks, and Dandir looking like he's wanted to pick up his duo partner, quickly realizing though that it is too risky. Has a duo above him. This is dangerous for Dandir. No more shields to work with. Gets knocked out, sent back to the lobby, and now Art Skill clutching it up as a solo.
Art Skill trying to hold on with just 9 builds remaining. It's going to be so difficult having to rely on these old builds, but if he walks into the wrong edit, the wrong box, things are going to get real nasty real quickly. For Cammy and Seti, this is where they are in their element, down below, trying to take control of these layers, but it's not easy for them. There are players dropping down, players trying to give them issues.
1 elimination for Cammy, 1 for Seti, but Seti gets cracked, getting taken down by the zone. Now Cammy clutching it out as a solo. Art Skill takes down Nipsey, but Cammy gets another one, using the med mist to heal off. You can see in the zone there's another med mist and even more chug splashes. Cammy is gonna use this to get as many placements as he can, but Art Skill making his way into the zone, does not have heals like Cammy, is gonna be able to get in, but has to be careful. Just 1 tick away from getting eliminated, and he does. It's Thomas HD, it's Tripper, and they've been holding on from the high ground this whole match, and now with 6 eliminations, they're looking to close this game off.
Closing things out in style is what they want to do. Cammy in a clutch situation, trying to build up and take height, and height he has, but not for long. He gets wiped clean by Trippin, and now in a 2v2 to close out the day. Can Thomas and Trippin do it against Floki and Clement? They get dropped down, but that doesn't matter. Thomas up, Trippin up, a glorious finish potentially, but Trippin needs to close things out. Clement's got the knock on to Thomas, and he's got the siphon as well. Trippin's in the zone with a couple chug splashes. He needs to hit this shot. They're both building up. Who's gonna hold out on top? The armored wall comes through, adds a bit of protection. Clement is ticking away in the zone and eventually will fall. Trippin holds on. Magnificent stuff from the Danes today, and a spot in the FNCS final guaranteed in the final game.
The 11 guaranteed. Thomas HD and Tripper and taking home the Victory Royale and possibly the crown for this 2nd qualifier. I'm not sure how many points they ended with 11, but it might just be enough to take home first.
This was such a good finish to the game. We saw so many top teams stepping up in these final moments, and honestly, for the guys who have to break it all down, Zeke, Taco, Reese, it's gonna be such a difficult time because it was just so up and down, different teams here, there, and everywhere trying to take a spot in the top 5. Takar, it's been a fun ride, but honestly, a ride that I'd love to do again and again and again. It was so chaotic.
I mean, it's been amazing. Thomas and Tripperin taking home that last match. I mean, the battle of the leaderboard has been so intense throughout all 6 matches. But there's just 3 people that can help us conclude this 2nd qualifier. It's Zeke, it's Reese, and it's Taco.
Hats off to you guys, of course. Just a phenomenal set of games, an incredible cast. This is a photo finish. This has actually come down to the final game where we watched 3 separate duos all battle it out to try and make top 5. Where do we begin, Reese?
We begin at 3. No, we're going to go to Jurki. I'm changing it. I'm changing it up
Okay.
instead,
Okay.
right? Because we've got obviously a bunch of teams we saw that were on the border here, thinking, can they qual? Can they not at that moment? And it came so close. Jurki is the man that we're looking at. That solo clutch, I think, may have done it, right? Of course, we unfortunately saw iDrop go down early. They started off the moving zone so well, but of course, you can see the materials starting to go down. That refresh got him up, but dropped out straight away. Pulled right from under his feet. He had everything to win the game as a duo there. But of course, it left up to Jurki to go for the little solo clutch. I love the shot and the fact that he then backed out into the zone with the chug splashes because he had nothing to work with, eventually picking up that elimination as well. Such a slow, great play from Jurki.
Despite losing iDrop so early on through this late game portion, it didn't even really seem to make much of a difference because Jurki, he made the magic happen here. Not only that, but picking up 6 elims in the process, I think that overall, that was pretty much the guarantee finish that they needed in order to solidify that 5th place.
Absolutely. Here we go.
Here it is. Ooh. I cannot believe it. So the one time that Mini Miner does not choose iDrop and Jurki, I can already hear him yelling from across the studio.
The pain.
The pain. Yeah. They have made it. But again, it comes down here to Frey and Cold, right? They were kind of battling it out there in that final game. And it just comes down to a few difference points, just not being able to hold on long enough.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them fighting actually what was against, I think, Ovaldur as a solo. And they didn't realize, of course, it was solo. They were down below Storm Surge in the 5th zone. They were trying to do everything they could to get up above because they just didn't manage to get enough tags earlier on, which was such a shame. They played so well throughout the entire tournament. I think unexpectedly as well, because off spawn, we definitely put these guys as doing worse than Joe. You know, Joe and Zero without Chapix clearly like the stronger team off spawn. So great job from these guys off spawn to kind of turn around, figure out the strategies, counter it.
Still, if this is what they can bring us in the number 2, I can only imagine how their finish is going to be. And it seems as though they've definitely clarified themselves as a bit of a dark horse when it comes to this competition.
I think so as well. And of course, if we, you know, there's so many good teams that we've got listed up. One of the things, obviously, of course, we can't not mention Andalex and Snazy up in number 1. Little drop fact now. This is the 6th, and I mean 6th qualifier that Andalex has won. So the thing is, when it comes to actually playing in finals, usually we don't see as much of a correlation to that. So I want to see this season, despite the fact that they've done so good now in this qualifier, I want to see them continue that through the finals and continue to play at this standard.
More than just the qualifiers, want them to be a team that can showcase everything that they're able to bring in the qualifiers through semis and finals potentially.
Absolutely. And of course, remember the final game, the Victory Royale from Tripper and Thomas HD as well. Moving up so close, man. If they got one more point, they would have won on tiebreaker as well because they got the Victory Royale there. So massive from them to get up. And of course, Cammy and Seti too. How can we not talk about Cammy and Seti?
I mean, you talked about them being a top 5 duo when we began the show today, and you weren't wrong, right? They do find themselves up in that spot, and this is exactly what you love to see. This wraps up qualifier number 2, though. So before we go, I want to talk expectations because we have one more left. How you feeling, Minnie?
iDrop and Jurki are not going to be in qualifier 3. They will be in the finals.
Yes.
Finally, it is time for the big drop. And the Jura King to make their presence known in the finals. I couldn't be more happy. I didn't pick them for a reason. I wanted them to qualify, so I thought, you know what, I'm not going to pick them this time. Give them that upper hand because, as we saw last season, it didn't quite go as planned for them. But no, overall, an incredible day. So much action, so much drama, and our picks came out on top, which is always great.
Look, our picks came out on top, but what I'm looking forward to seeing in Qualifier 3 is H and Mr. Savage. They've been putting in their work. They've been so close, not only in this qualifier, but also in Qualifier 1. So I'm excited to see if they can adapt, change up those, refine the little things to make it happen and qualify in the 3rd qualifier.
You basically just took my point. That's exactly what I was going to say.
They're ramping up, though. They're ramping up, you know?
I mean, they're just kind of being the same.
Time's charm.
But there's more, like, I'm seeing more things that look good, right? We saw the big win that they managed to get as well. The hype plays. Things are coming together, it seems, a little bit of a duo. And they're just kind of missing out a little bit, unfortunately. But again, I want to see the qualification for them in number 3.
Yeah, 100%. Look, what we saw last season in FNCS, right? Qual 3, a bunch of teams who just were like nowhere all season long came through, insta-qualified, right? And so I expect a lot of these teams all across the region in this final opportunity to qualify to just rise to the occasion. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be as entertaining as today, but more.
Let's hope so.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. What do you think, Taco?
Hey, I'm just trying to reach the same height as
It's impossible for most of us. Really quickly, let's take a look at our predictions, see how we kind of did at the end of the day. Who wants to speak up first?
That's not bad.
It's not bad.
It's a good day.
That's a good
To
day.
be fair, we've had like very good days. And look, it's weird because when you see the prediction table like this, like it makes it seem like, oh my God, like clearly it was so easy to tell. But like, of course they were expected to do well, both of these teams, Cammy, City, Thomas and Trippin, but it wasn't easy days for any of them, right? They did have to play at a very high level to do it. So the level of these lobbies has just been insane.
I mean, it really came down to that last match for a lot of these duos as well. I mean, the cutoff in that top 10, all these duos were just on the borderline to reaching that qualifier threshold. But I mean, our predictions, they made it happen.
Something I want to pick up on Cammy and Seti as well. These guys, they had a bit of a rocky road to the finals today, didn't they? Of course, going down to Surge in game number 2, it was looking a little bit rough for them. But what I'm really, really pleased with is the way that they stuck to their game plan. They didn't switch things up. They didn't go for those high eliminations, rushing and W-keying everyone. It's not their playstyle, you know? We know they play a little bit slower towards the mid-game, going for so many Surge tanks without eliminations. They stuck to that. They stuck to their guns, and ultimately, it is what qualified them today, because I'm really, really pleased with them.
You know what's interesting? They did the exact same thing in round 3 as well. They had one bad game there, and all the rest of them were just absolutely incredibly consistent matches. So I'm like, same thing reflected from a easier, I'm going to put in air quotes around, carried it forward today and hit that qualification
That is
pretty
them,
simply.
though. You know, they
It is, that's what I mean.
back
It
and
showcases
they're on
adjustments.
form. It does.
Anytime that they do manage to slip a little bit, they pick it right back up.
So good. Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wraps. I'm just here. Don't even worry about me. That wraps up everything here from qualifier number 2. You liking what you're watching? Well, don't forget, NA East is up after this. Another 6 set of games. We're also back in 2 days for qualifier number 3. Make sure you don't miss out. As always, we love you guys, and we'll see you on that Battle Blast.